Hey guys. How's everybody doing this evening? Oops. There we go. Office work, 70-hour work week. That's no fun. No fun at all. Yeah, I was working right up until I pushed the play button on this as well. But on my own projects, not on the man's. Thankfully. At least get to work on my own stuff on the weekends. I work on it a lot during the week too, especially in the evening. But sick and trying to recover? Oh, dude, that sucks. Hope you speedy recovery there, Kennedy. Lost a co-manager? Oof. They leave, or the company tightening its belts? So much of that going on. I was just reading it. One of my favorite cloud computing companies, Cloudflare, is laying off 20% of its workforce in their quarterly report on Friday. Yo, fault. They've just been knocking it out of the park, you know what I mean? And it's just to see a company that's done so well, and they cited AI as the reason. They're changing their workforce, restructuring it around AI. It's insane. Closer to the ladder, wasn't pulling his weight. That happens. Good evening, P Wolf. Glad to see you here, man. Newest armor changes on PTU? No, I haven't. What's the newest armor changes? What are we doing besides recovering from that SCCL? Dude, I'm still licking my wounds. Greetings, Repo. What did I read about the fast travel? Was that a discussion? It was discussed live during the SCCL, Repo. By the way, guys, if my audio is cutting out at all, let me know. I'm still... I don't know. The video I recorded yesterday, I felt like my audio was dropping out. I'm still debugging my my noise gate, so just let me know if it's happening. Dude, I don't know if I would say survived. I'm hanging on by a thread, Erska. Dude. This is actually the worst thing I ever heard from CIG. I know, Canada, you said this was a red line for you earlier in the chat before I got on, and I would like to say that. In all honesty, I think no matter what state this game comes out in, I'm going to play it. But yeah, like how invested, how committed, and how much I play it is certainly going to depend on factors like that. And I don't know. I can't see it holding my attention for a long period of time with fast travel in the game. I feel like crashing out, dude. I hear you. I don't know. I think my headphones are on backwards. There they were. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. Obviously, I'm going to do a video that goes deep on the issue. I'm going to try to hook up with some other content creators, see if we can get some broader discussion going around it. Try to just, I don't know. I don't know what else to do. Yeah. They should have kept their mouths shut. Because I think it's just going to do way more harm than good. Unless the only I've thought about this after the show, like why would they even open their mouth on this if it's not signed off on, right? And the only thing I can think is that they wanted to get the community's reaction. Like it has advanced far enough in discussion, even though it's not signed off on. It's advanced far enough that they wanted a reaction. And so I'm going to do my part, and I'm going to give them a reaction, and I hope you all do too. I tell you what, the timing could not be worse from... and again, I know I'm just one person. I don't really friggin' matter at all. But everybody voting with their wallet definitely matters. And I wrote a big essay for the Odin, and I'm telling you what, I am not buying the Odin. If they select me as privileged enough to buy the thing, I am not fucking buying the thing. That's how upset I am. I refuse. What the fuck do I need an Odin for in a world where I can just teleport to where I want to get to? I don't need a base. We can all just teleport to a hangar. What the hell? So you won't see me showing the Odin off. Yeah, if we're loud enough, they may back off. Well, I'm going to be as loud as I can possibly be on this one. This is the first time I've ever felt compelled to take a stand, like a loud stand. Like people are loud all the time about things, and I'm kind of the guy just on the sideline, like, yeah, let's see how it goes. Give them time to cook. These systems take time to grow and develop. Like that's my de facto stance, but not on this. Dude, this is appalling to me. It's definitely not the game I invested in for the past... And I've only been here, 4 years? I can't even imagine people that have been here 12, 13 years. Yeah, dumbfounded. But it's definitely not the game I have been looking forward to and investing in, if that comes into it. And if you feel differently, I would love to say so. I'm happy to debate and explain my position in more detail. Easy now, Grollo. Yeah. Hot take, I think the fast travel is very much needed, only for dungeons raids. Knowledge Lambo, I disagree. Why does everyone want to work through an hour or two's worth of time for setup and organization? You won't even hear why it would be needed? No. No, I won't hear it. Because I'm not looking at it from a player convenience standpoint, which other people may be, right? Like, you may be looking at this like, oh my gosh, it takes me an hour to be able to play with my friends. That's not the way I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this from the back end, right? And how do you preserve the integrity of a sandbox? The way you protect the integrity of a sandbox is you preserve the importance of distance and locality and decision making and all these things. Like it has to take you time to move throughout a world or a universe or whatever the sandbox is based on. As soon as you start to short circuit that, like all the effort that goes into traversing and organizing and planning and it all goes out the window. It's gone. No, both things cannot be true. Absolutely not. Both things cannot be true at the same time. I do agree that you can respect the time of a player, and in my reaction, I outlined the ways that they should be working towards respecting player time, and it's not fast travel. Think about, why does it take you an hour to go meet up with your friends right now? If you travel in the world, the space becomes meaningless? Exactly. Being a space game, if SC goes down this road, we'll be removing a primary character in the game. Exactly. 100% Black will get. Again, yes, exactly. Lack of social tools. I'm seeing a lot of really good responses in the chat. Bugs, jank, falling through your freaking ship, trying to bring up the star map and set a course to your friends and you can't set it. Like, you have to bring up the star map like 20 fucking times and right click and oh shit, it didn't go through. I gotta click it. Oh, you know what I mean? That's the stuff that makes it take an hour to meet up with your friends. Or the fact that, you know, you go to the freight elevator to access your ammo and your stuff, and you know, I tried to put the stuff in the box, but the UI bugged out, and now I got to close it, and I got to reopen it again, and I got to drag the box back over, and I got to reload. Oh, the UI bugged out again. Okay, I got it. You know what I mean? That's the shit that makes it take an hour to meet up with your friends. Or the fact that the game resets every 3 months. And you're only playing every couple weeks, and you meet up with your friends, and oh, I gotta go to the stop and buy all my stuff again. It's not in my hangar inventory because the game reset since the last time I played. These are all the things that makes it take an hour to meet up with your friends. Right? It's not an inevitability that it takes an hour to meet up your friends without fast travel. Fast travel is not the answer. Fast travel is giving up. That's what fast travel is. Fast travel is, we don't think we can fix this shit, so we're going to give you a button to skip it. That's why I'm so upset. If all that stuff was working, if the game actually played like a 1.0 released production game, it would not take you an hour to meet up with your friends. You'd go into your hangar, all your stuff would be there, you wouldn't have to go to a shop, you would bring it up the elevator, the UIs would all work perfectly the first time, you'd have your boxes on your ship in 5 minutes, you'd be off and out, you wouldn't have to wait 20 minutes for the hangar doors to open, you wouldn't have to stand there and watch your ship get eaten by the freaking ship elevator. You would be able to bring your ground vehicle up the elevator and load it on. You wouldn't have to watch the elevator go down up and 3 times to have a ground vehicle and a spaceship. It would all be done in 5 minutes or less, and you would be on your way to meet your friends. Another 5 minutes, you would be there. Yeah. Don't praise the Bandaids like fast travel. Hold them accountable for making the game work the way it should work. I would love to get on a debate with Salty Mike. If you're in his Discord, tell him you want him to debate Grollo on that. I would love to. 100%. Or any other content creator. I think it would be a really good way to raise visibility to CIG. And give them feedback. Not that they really need it. I'm sure they have a ton of visibility. I'm sure they're getting bombarded by people's opinions right now. But still, I would love to do it. No, Babine. Fast travel is going to make solo play far more miserable. I'll tell you exactly how I am going to abuse fast travel to wreck solo players' time. If you want to hear it. Alright, I'm going to click this 0. Giving you a thumbs up without even reading it. Look at all the people responding with clown. Fuck those people, man. Giving you an upvote. I haven't even read it yet. I'm just auto upvoting you. I'm gonna read it though. Solo player fast travel would just be Starfield. Amen. Yeah, it's a waste of time to raise and lower the vehicle elevator. 100%. I should watch who's react to fast travel. Oh, Mike's? Should I? Wow. Okay. Well, I'll watch it. I'll watch it in a minute. That's a really good point, Mad Rhetoric. There are more than enough games for people who want instant action to play already. Jesus. Amen. Right? Like, why do we have to turn every game into this? Like, go play Call of Duty. Go play any MOBA. Go play World of Warcraft, where you could just stand in the city and lobby queue into any kind of activity you want. Every Diablo. The list goes on, dude. Every game works this way. Give us one damn game. Give us one damn game. Again, it's not about instant action. It's just engaging with the core tedium and how insanely hard it is. But I'm addressing that, Bad Benet. I'm already addressing that. The tedium that you're experiencing is because the game is not performing how it should. They need to fix that, not put in a skip the tedium button. Yeah, but the sessions that you're basing that off of are full of a whole bunch of bullshit bugs and jank and everything else. That's what we were just talking about. I don't know if you were here for that. Yeah, you can be standing in Stanton or Nix and trying to gather people. Like, I'm in that position all the time, right? I run an org. I know what it's like. I've been in your shoes, Bad Benet, where you're standing there and you're just waiting for everybody. But why are people delayed in getting there? It's not because it intrinsically takes them too long to travel there. It's because, oh shit, guys, I'm stuck in my seat. Hold on, I'm trying to work around this bug. Or, oh, I got to relog, guys. I whatever. Or I'm on a server that is experiencing a server error right now. Or, I don't know, my ship just keeps jumping out of, or dropping out of quantum. Or, you know, I hit a freaking server line and my fuel gauge went to 0. Or, I gotta go get ammo and guns because I haven't played since the last wipe. Or, it's that kind of shit. That's why it takes people forever to congregate. Yeah, clicking on the star map a dozen times because I set destination and for some reason it won't give me the pointer. And I got to do it again and again and again. And finally I can actually start warp and then some other bullshit happens. For the person Norse Peak, you need filled in. TLDR, they are talking about fast travel. Specifically, travel to party leader as a thing in the game. It's not signed off on yet, but it's advanced long enough that they obviously blurted it out on SCL because they want our reaction. If without the bugs, Bad Benet, where's all this time coming from? How long does it take people? Put your fast forward to the future, Benet. You're in the future, right? The servers never wipe. You always have all of your equipment and gear and everything you could possibly want in your freight elevator at your hangar. Because you've been playing for months now and your hangar is just overflowing with shit. And the hangar elevator UI works perfectly every time. You can bring ground vehicles up the freight elevators. Your ship elevator works perfectly every time. Hangar doors open near instantly. Fast forward to that future. And then tell me, where is all this mythical time coming from that it's going to take an hour for your friend to get to? It does not take 30 minutes to warp from Hurston to the next gateway. What the hell? Are you using hydrogen fuel to get there, bro? It does not take 30 fucking minutes. I don't know what ship you're flying that it takes 30 minutes. Thank you, Nezudev. For all those people who were saying, like, oh, what about the future when we have 20 systems and I got to get from one side to the other? Well, your org shouldn't be spread across 20 systems, right? If you guys want to play together and it not take 20 minutes to sync up, then this is where locality comes in. Like, pick an area that your org plays in, and that's your primary area. And if you guys want to congregate quickly, that's the area that you guys play in. Like, locality is important for a sandbox. You got to be able to have your decision on where you stake your claim matter, right? Like, everybody keeps talking about these dreams of, like, I'm gonna run a repair shop on this dusty back moon, and I'm gonna have a little sign up, and people are gonna stop by when they're having ship problems, and I'm gonna have my thing. Dude, your dusty back moon fucking garage doesn't make a damn bit of difference if anybody can get there like that. Sorry, Canada. I wish I could shut them off. Like, that's the thing. If locality does not matter, then all of these grandiose ideas that people have of, like, I'm going to have a garage and it's going to be, I'm going to find the perfect spot for it, or I'm going to have a shop out here in no man's land. Like, dude, none of that matters. Nobody's going to need your backwoods shop because it's convenient, because anybody can just get to the freaking good shop, the Jitta, in no time. Your shop doesn't matter. Why are you going to invest in a Kraken with shops on it that flies around offering services? Nobody's going to go there. They're just going to go to the good one. Because distance doesn't matter. Right? It's just all one. Sacred is a good word. Distance and locality is sacred in a sandbox. That's the only idea I've heard that I agree with, Bad Benet. Offline travel, I would be okay with. I'd be totally okay if you log your character off and the org has some way of getting a transport vehicle to that location, and you authorize a pickup and they move your offline character from point A to point B because there's still risk there. If that Starliner gets blown up en route, then your character logs in with nothing. I'm okay with that. That is the only form of fast travel I'm okay with. That can happen. I'm saying it has to be physicalized, Zero. I'm saying your org has to get a Starliner out there, driving around, picking all their org members up. At any point, that Starliner could get interdicted and blown up, and then all those people just lost their equipment, even though they were offline. That's the price you pay for convenience. I'm okay with that. Because people have to sign on for that risk. They would have to say, yeah, it's okay for my org to pick me up and take me there while I'm offline. Yeah, like the prison pods. Because then that travel is physicalized through the universe. Now, as soon as you open the doors, Bad Benet, it's a 24-hour, 36-hour, the pressure will be on CIG forever to reduce it and reduce it and reduce it. They will not be able to stand up to the pressure once it's in the game. Yeah, just fix the bugs. Amen, Nozadev. Yeah, and going back to that being the game you chose to play, again, if you want that, go play a game that offers that. Not every game has to offer that. This doesn't have to be Call of Duty. There's plenty of games where you can just jump in and bam, instant action. There's plenty. Like Star Citizen is the only game that offers, well, that intends to offer, or we thought intended to offer, what it was going to offer. It was the only one that had the systems, the infrastructure, the technology required, because this is actually really hard to offer, right? And we're building all this, and then we're going to say, you know what? Fuck it, just make the whole thing Arena Commander. Yeah, I know, Zero. I know it's a play for money. I totally get it. You're looking at your audience and you're thinking most of our audience wants this, and they're going to be really pressured into giving that. But I thought that I was investing in an indie company, right, that was capable of withstanding those types of pressures. That's why I invested so much money. It's why I've invested so much time. It's why I set up this YouTube channel. I never had a freaking goal of being a YouTuber. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this game, right? Like, this game is the reason I've done all this, and that's why I took it so hard yesterday whenever they freaking started talking about fast travel. Because if I knew that this was just another company that was going to bend to financial pressures and create fucking Call of Duty in space, I would have never started this channel. I would have never... There's a lot of things I wouldn't have done. The money is just like, whatever. I'm not great with money. I've spent money on far stupider things. I don't care about the money I've handed them, other than the fact that, you know, if it goes this way, I will have felt duped. You'll probably see me over there in the fucking Refundians Reddit at some point. I don't know. But I will definitely have felt duped. No, you'll never actually see me over there, Turf. I'm never going to ask for a refund. If they do dupe me with fast travel, shame on me. I'm gonna eat my decision. I'm not gonna be one of them fucking refunding weirdos. It'll just mean I believed in something that I shouldn't have believed in. My bad. If they put all this instant travel in, all people will use it just because it becomes the norm. Exactly. Zero. Yeah, you're going to have to use it to compete with everybody else. It's, there have been countless developers who have gotten on stage and talked about how players work in the aggregate, right? Like, it's just like users of any software system. A lot of times you do user studies and you study how your users behave. And one thing that is consistent in gaming is that users will always take the path of least resistance. They will always take the path of least resistance. And so if this is offered, everybody's going to do it. And that's going to apply pressure on everybody else to do it. To your point, Hero. It will just become the norm. It will become... it'll become lobby. And if you think you could just put, oh, we're going to put a 24-hour cooldown, you know what? That just means people will play less often. Because if sometimes they can play the game and they have a lot less friction than other times, then guess what? They're not going to play during those other times. They're not going to play whenever they can't fast travel. They're just going to be like, you know what? Yeah, I'll wait. Let's meet up in another day whenever I can just get there instantly. And they'll go play something else. They'll go play Fortnite or whatever the fuck they're going to play. That's how player minds work. It's like, dude, I have a friend who, he levels like 10 characters every WoW expansion. I swear, right? And I'm like, dude, why do you level so many alts? Like, who needs that many characters? It's like, well, it's the only way I can play as much as I want to and be on rested XP the whole time. And if you're not familiar with what rested XP is, it means that Blizzard offers this catch-up mechanic, right? And if you don't play your character, they slowly build rest. And during your rested period, you get XP twice as fast as you do during your non-rested period. But it's capped. And so these players, they just build all these alts, and then they will only play the alts whenever they're rested. They won't play whenever they're getting XP at half the rate, even though that's the normal rate. Because now the game has trained them into saying, hey, you can get XP twice as fast, and okay, well, that's the only way I'm going to play now. And it's going to be the same thing for fucking fast travel. If you give players the ability, even if you reduce it and you say you can only fast travel once every 12 hours, they're going to fast travel where they go, and then the next thing, you know what, I'll just wait until I can fast travel again. I'll log out. Yeah, exactly. I'll play every 12 hours when I can fast travel. All the while, orgs will abuse this. Anybody who thinks this is a solo player friendly mechanic, you are mistaken. Orgs will abuse this. You'll have pirate orgs that are flying around their solo player scout ships with enough supplies to ingest 50 players like that. They will maximize their scouting abilities so that they can find engagements, they can find PvP, and they can dominate. Yeah, griefers will have alts on alts on alts. You will get infinite fast travel through alts. Agreed, yep. This will turn into a solo player nightmare. Because your fast travel will be limited by the limits that you think should be there, but the griefers and the efficiency seekers and the people who live and breathe how to squeeze the most out of these systems will abuse the shit out of this, and then you'll be back on Spectrum crying about the way this is being employed against you. Yeah, pay $10 for a fast travel token? Hell yeah, that's right behind it. Time is a currency, a strategic factor, an immersion factor. It gives meaning to distance. Why build a physical universe? Exactly, Repo. Exactly. That was exactly my question. Like, why build... One of the people was talking about... What the hell? The hell was that? Something just blasted my ears. You guys hacking me? Jesus. Was that you? Yeah, something scared the shit out of me. Oh, was that a sub alert? Oh, Zinley, thanks, dude. I thought I fixed that shit. Well, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate it, Zinley. Oh, shit. I thought I fixed that. Hold on. Okay. I turned that down. Okay, so you guys aren't hearing it. It's just blasting on my end. Well, at least it didn't blast your guys' ears. Well, hell, I won't miss a sub. Holy shit. I tried getting my bro a few times, and each time it's most complaints about the tedium. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Iggy Terran. Like that will go away as the game stability increases and the resets stop, so that you have all your stuff. Like right now, you know what I mean? Like the way this game is meant to be played is that you walk in, you summon your ship, everything you need is on your ship, you take off. Because you can trust that whenever you load and stock your ship, that it remains that way. You don't have to fuck with the freight elevator. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do that. It's all there. Like, that's how it's meant to be played. We don't have that yet. And so you have all this tedium and all this BS. Yeah, exactly. Save it to insurance. Like, once you do stock your ship the way you get it, even if you do lose the ship, it's easy to get it back to the way that you had it. Anyway, the thing I was going to say before my headphones blew up my brain is that somebody in the comments, I'm going to watch the Salty Mike thing since you guys asked me to. I might also just check out some of the comments on my last video, but somebody on there said that even if it's okay now when we have 5 systems, the fact is, what if CIG scales to 20 systems? To 100 system, then fast travel could be more mandatory or more needed because the travel times are going to get much bigger. And my response to that is, if expanding the universe to beyond 5 systems, to 10, 20, 100 systems mandates fast travel, then why are we expanding the universe? Like, if the whole point of the universe getting bigger is so that we have more space, but then to do that, we need fast travel so that we can eliminate the additional space, then why are we doing it to begin with? You understand what I'm saying? Like, that doesn't even compute to me. It's like we want more space so that we can ignore the space. That seems pretty dumb. Drac Pulsa, yeah, I'm not gonna say one way or the other. Different people have different perspectives on Salty. I've done interviews with Salty before. I think, you know, he has a valid perspective on a lot of things, and perspective I disagree with on a lot of things, just like on any other creator. But people are saying that he is pro this, and so I think it would be interesting to watch that and give my take on some of the things. 4 to 5 systems is probably enough, I agree. A server that fast... Now you want a fast travel server, Iggy? Now we're going to have a lot of people want a PvE only server. So now we're going to have a PvP fast travel server. We're going to have a PvE fast travel server. Then we're going to have a PvP no fast travel server. And a PvE no fast travel server. See where this goes? Servers for everything. Hell yeah. Travel shuttles like Eve. Oh shit, yeah, we need RP servers. So now we're up to what's that's going to be 9 servers total if there's 3 combinations, right? Like 3 times 3 is 9. We're going to need 9 servers. And then the universe becomes lifeless. Yeah, well, you know. Especially when everybody quits because of fast travel. Except for the fast travel server people. As far as autopilot, I was talking about that a little earlier, Zenly, and somebody else who just asked about autopilot. Like, I'm okay with autopilot, but it has to, two ways that I would be okay with autopilot. Offline, we talked about earlier, I'm okay with that. You can travel offline as long as there's a real person flying the ship that you're traveling on offline. You could authorize your org to say, hey, they're allowed to pick me up here and take me there. And then somebody shows up with a Starliner or something like that, and they pick you up and they take you there. And you are physicalized in the verse for that time. If that Starliner gets interdicted and blown up, you get blown up with it. You log into the game, you have nothing, right? I'm okay with that. I'm also okay with autopilot on ships while you're in the game, like EVE Online has. Where I punch where I want to go, I say, just get me there, and I walk away from my PC, and I come back again, because you are physicalized in the verse. It is taking the amount of time that it should to get you there. I'm totally cool with that. Pirates love that, too. Yeah, you might get ganked. You know, it's a risk that you're willing to take to cut down on the time you got to be at the keyboard. I'm totally cool with that. Pirates will ruin solo play of a whole org. And yeah, this fast travel thing is going to work against solo players or small orgs. Like, the bigger the org, the more benefit you will get out of fast travel. Yeah, that's a good point, Zero. All those people out there looking for exploration gameplay. Do you really want fast travel? Let's go ahead and watch this mic thing. I want to see how somebody can be pro this. Actually, I want to read your thing here, Zero. There's no better way to trivialize a game world than instant travel mechanics. CIG, you've spent a good number of years working on the tech to make a living, breathing, seamless universe. That's been part of our backers' long-awaited period for the game. With the exception of backspacing and recovering at one's last spawn, and the elevator ride from Cluster to Everest, you basically built that impressive seamless space experience. Instant travel just starts to fly in the face of all this hard work. So far, I'm totally with you. Somebody mentioned this, that we already have fast travel in the game, right? They mentioned death, the ability to backspace. 2 things. One, it's tier 0 item recovery that is making that dumb at the moment. I totally agree it's dumb. But also, you can only bind to one place with it, and you have to have been there. Like, if I want to respawn on my friend's ship, I have to go to the ship first. Like, and it's death, right? Death has its own penalty, or will have its own penalty. Especially with Death of the Spaceman. Like, like in a game that wants Death of a Spaceman to bring consequences to death, I just can't even believe that same game is talking about fast travel. But anyway, I've been seeing instant travel be implemented and expanded in other games, and they didn't stop the bleeding and eventually downfall of those games. Yes, I brought this up in my comments. If we go look at my comments, you'll see this all over the place in my comments. Trying to make a game for everyone will likely end up backfiring. There's so many games have talked about this. Like, we watched it earlier on this channel, like a couple of months ago. We watched the lead designer of World of Warcraft came out on stage, and he talked about the things they had learned after all these years of maintaining an MMO of that scale, right? And he was talking about how whenever you give players something, it's really hard to take it back. And some of the things they regretted giving players were things that worked against the world. They took away from the world. And they talked about things how, like, meeting stones, summoning people to dungeons, flying. All these things removed players slowly and slowly over the years from the world until the worlds were just shells of what they once were, like lifeless. You can just walk through World of Warcraft, retail, mind you, the one with all the bells and whistles, and you'll never run across anybody. You can do it in their PvP mode, right? War mode. From what I understand, war mode's even emptier than normal mode. It's. You go back to vanilla, dude. Vanilla was not that way. And but if you remember, vanilla didn't have meeting stones. You couldn't summon inside of dungeons. You could with a warlock. You could summon, but obviously not every party had a warlock all the time. Anyway, I quit WoW when they did that. Yeah, exactly. The worlds just died. They dried up. That is what happened in Elite Dangerous with PvP combat. It's empty. Everyone just does PvE. Yeah. That's the way it goes. And it's why, like, I understand that a ton of players are screaming for fast travel. The masses, right, as we like to call them. But CIG has to... They have to have strength of spirit. They have to stay the course, because it's easy to look back and see all these carcasses of all these MMOs and watch the trajectory of developers giving players what they asked for, and that eating away at the game and eventually killing the game. Like, players, I say this all the time, but players wish themselves into a dead game over and over and over again, because players are always after quality of life. They're always after convenience. They're always after, like, that thing that bothered me in my last game session, that if it wasn't that way, it would just be a little bit better. And they do that, and they smooth off every rough edge until you're just left with a boring sphere over and over again, right? Like, and it just seemed to me that CIG understood that with their vision and what they were working towards. It seemed to me that that was ingrained in the very soul of the company. And when Jared opened his mouth in SCL yesterday, like, it shattered that perception that I had. It really did. And I hope it's temporary. I hope they come back and they're like, sorry I opened my mouth. It wasn't green lit. It's never going to happen. If I hear that, like, it'll be like, woo, that was close. But, I don't know if it's going to go that way or not. His chat does nothing but shit on the game, though. Why cater to haters? Which chat are you talking about? Oh, got you. Yeah, Jared's the one who mentioned fast travel in the SCL yesterday. I thought the same thing, Gorilla, but there is a lot of small things CIG has done that has slowly chipped away at the original vision. I've been hearing that for a while, Commander, and like, I've been able to overlook most of the things that people have cited. I don't know, you might have something, but this, I can't. Oh, Thorsten was the one that mentioned it? Oh. I see. Sorry, I was so flustered, I probably got it mixed up. Yeah, Jared insisted on him talking about it, that's right. Yeah. Well, before we look at somebody else's reaction, let's just put this fresh in our mind. Actually, you know what? It's going to be in Salty Mike's video anyway, so we'll just watch that.
Within the same area as... I don't know how...
I don't think we need to watch this whole thing. I'm going to skip to right around where it was.
We have dedicated ships with a lot of missiles on them, and we have to make it fun for missiles.
And I think the game would be more popular and more interesting. Never be a game like an MMO requires many people to.
It's no matter what you do, somebody is going to be like, yes, that's great. And somebody's going to be like,
okay, this is the missile conversation. So I think it was shortly after this missile conversation. We'll start here. And it's kind of fitting because what Jared's saying here is very true. Like, somebody's going to be like, this sucks, and somebody's going to be like, this rules.
flip side, if you're on the other side of that missile or a torpedo, you need to have options to defend yourself, to survive and whatnot. And this, it's no matter.
Hold on a second. Let me move my chat. Everything's getting all jumbled here. Move you guys beside me. There you go. All right.
What you do, somebody is going to be like, yes, that's great. And somebody's going to be like, that's
right, Candy. We're just getting started here.
Because there's no, like, it's very hard to find a middle ground there, because if you get killed by a missile, missiles are terrible. I should have had more things to do. There are a couple questions in here.
I feel like this is an excuse for we made lots of bad decisions, and but like I don't know what to say. Like, we never really focused on making sure our combat was fun. We just kept selling spaceships, like, right? And we just kept making them bigger and faster and better and more missiles, and like, but we never actually sat down to think, is this fun? Are people enjoying this?
We've sort of hit all of them, so I'm not going to, where, there's no lead pips on, shooting down torpedoes and stuff.
I don't understand Mike's perspective there, but like, whenever they were talking about the missile change, like, it made sense to me. I understand why missiles aren't effective right now. I think slowing down combat will actually help, but again, to Jared's point, like Star Citizen is taking a different approach from this. And I know we're getting off topic here. I want to get back to the fast travel thing, but just as a side note, like, Star Citizen is the only, I don't know. I haven't played a whole lot of space games. The only other one I played a lot was EVE Online, and EVE Online just treated missiles completely differently. Like, they were no different than cannons, really. They just, it was like different ammo types. So I don't know. It's just always made sense to me that missiles are complicated in this game.
We wanted to make it easier to shoot down the torpedoes, but if you do that, then torpedoes become less effective. So this constant give and take is just...
Yeah, but even with the torpedoes, it's like right now with the lead pips, it's basically impossible.
What you're about to watch, Mike wants the game to have the smooth edges you just talked about. He also wanted missiles to not be physicalized. Should I rewind a little bit more? I just kind of jumped to close to where this fast travel talk is. So I think his reaction's like, over 2 hours. I don't think we want to watch all that. Yeah.
Because they are traveling so fast. So we have to reduce the speed again so that they feel also correct for a torpedo, because a torpedo should not target a small fighter, because they are meant to...
you can shoot torpedoes down.
Yes.
If you mess with one thing...
Yeah. There's got to always be this element of chance. Like, you can't make it so that you can always shoot them down.
Yeah.
We're going to fast travel 0. Fast travel's right after the missile talk.
Because a real
I just want a little
game
bit of context
has
around
skills, and then those skill checks happen in the background and determine whether or not a hit happens. But that is not the CR vision. And that's the problem. That's not the CR vision. The CR vision is it's all about your hands on stick and stick. And that's it. And not all games need skills, even MMOs. But I'm speaking to what Jared's saying. And you agree with that vision? It's been 14 years and they've been unable to achieve it. So you can...
Oh, that's BS. I hate that argument. It's 14 years, blah, blah, blah. Anyway. And the argument against skill, like that's what makes Star Citizen special, is that it is a skill-based game. I don't want another RN, like, random number generator MMO that just rolls. Do I get a critical? Do they dodge? I don't want that. I do want a skill-based game.
Agree all you want, but it may never be fun. It may never be fun, and it may never be a game. Like, an MMO requires many people to exist in that game and play a lot. The design that they're doing is the antithesis of that. Right?
GTA 6 is like...
Skills in a first-person game would be odd.
13 years, I think they're going on?
Yes. But they kind of still have to be secondary. I'm just saying what Jared's saying is like there needs to be this element of chance. But what determines the element of chance? It's like skills, it's the components, it's the, the effort that you put in, right? So I'm agreeing with Jared. Skills help make that element of chance make sense, right? So then if you're putting in your time, then the chance of it not hitting you goes up. If you're putting in your time on the missile firing side, then your chance of hitting goes up. And it's easier to understand and it makes more sense. I'm saying that the idea of being 100% player skill-based has not worked.
What do you mean it hasn't worked? It's totally working. It's what set this games apart.
And there has to be something that changes. I'm not saying
who agrees with that.
They have to make it an MMORPG. I think if I was Chris Roberts in 2012, that's what I would have done. And I think the game would be more popular and more interesting and more fun because of it.
I cannot disagree with this more.
I'm just me. I'm not saying that, I don't want to take fun away from somebody else that somebody else thinks is fun. I'm just sharing my opinion. And you're fully fine to disagree with it. But you're not going to find me coming off that opinion. Skills are an incredibly great way to balance a game, make it interesting, force people down a certain path so they need other people, right? You know how they're saying like everything's cohesive with the ships? Well, there's nothing that's cohesive with players because everybody can do everything.
So that they always hit and destroy their target. Otherwise, so there's always got to be this gray area of chance.
Yeah,
War Thunder missiles are good. Probably because it's hard to lock on, right? It
makes sense for both parties that what happened. If it hit or missed, it makes sense to both people that are on either side of it.
Let's change it into a tab target game while we're at it.
Because it's a really hard thing to communicate. Because in real life, if you've got a missile coming out,
should be both, Todd.
Then maybe we can just have like little circles at the bottom of our screen that, like,
if you get
with the cooldowns, and we can click them. Oh wait, there's a game like that.
You're gonna go down, right? So, it's just a question of balance, and it is really fine tuning because it requires so many systems to come together. It isn't just a fly.
Yeah, Eve 2.0. That's kind of what I was just getting at.
Anything else? So it's just
I respect this opinion too. I just disagree with it
sometimes, and we get wrongs. Other times.
But overall, I would really say, and it feels like I'm repeating myself with all the
like I said,
that we do.
Mike was a gracious guest on my podcast, and he's been a great to talk to one-on-one. Like, I have no problems with Salty Mike.
Smaller changes.
But I'll debate him. Like I will anybody.
Yeah. We are now way better suited for where we want to go in comparison to where we threw in a lot of changes all at once in comparison to like how we worked a couple of years ago.
So by the time this airs for our friends in China, we will have announced the Anvil Odin battlecruiser. Our big
Dude, the smirk that he has, like, what is... It's... I don't understand it. Like, I assume he just thinks it's a very cool ship. But it has a very weird vibe to me, like... I'm not going to say it, because it's pure speculation. It's fucking libelous. It's fucking garbage, and it's shit for me to say it. But, like, I don't believe this. I don't believe this to be true.
What's up,
It just
Muscavian?
feels this way. Like, he has some stake in it. Right?
I thought it was right
Like,
around
that's
this
what
point,
it feels
Zero.
like.
Let me skip a
Fucking
little bit.
annoys me. I'm so
available. Gunners also struggle to relay continuous targeting for sustained attacks on a single vessel. Can this be made better?
So there are different endeavors we have around that. So there's one big that is and helping at least communicating where to aim at.
These images of the map table and stuff, you know, having there be a role.
The map table. I'm so
that
excited
is-
for that.
PFC
Okay, I think it's right around
entire
here.
role that we're talking about here, being there at the desk and going, okay, it's gunners 1 through 3.
hard
Yeah,
about
that's
Star
the job I
Citizen
want.
Is they have a role of money, and it's very frustrating to me that they sell you on something that
Like improvements already.
I can
in
read
the
it. I'm
works.
reading everything.
That
Like what?
the teleport.
All right, here we go.
I don't know if we should talk about that though.
This is the show to talk about it, my friend.
The teleport.
I'm going to back up just a little bit. Phew. My blood pressure's already raising here.
Disenfranchised with everything because they didn't achieve what you thought they could do. But they never knew if they could in the first place.
Yeah, and the social tools and stuff. It also just takes forever trying to crew these things. You know, right now we've got the Idris out there, and everything, but finding enough people and getting your positions and stuff.
Yeah, but
Stop pinging me, Q.
even on that, we have like some like improvements already.
I can
in
read
the
it. I'm
works.
reading everything.
That
Like what?
the teleport. I don't know if we should talk about that though.
This is the show to talk about it, my friend.
The teleport.
So we have right now. It's not signed off yet. So they are
Hold on a
because
second.
we have to fit this right now.
This is the show.
The
I forget how this actually
improvements
came
I
up.
can read.
on that we have like some like. Yeah, but
Stop pinging me,
yeah,
Q.
even on that we have like.
And getting your positions and stuff. You know, we've got the Idris out there, and everything, but finding enough people and getting your positions and stuff. We've got tools and stuff. It also just takes forever trying to crew these things. Yeah, and the so.
But
Alright.
they never knew if they could in the first
All right,
place.
here we go.
Yeah, and the social tools and stuff. It also just takes forever trying to crew these things. You know, right now we've got the Idris out there, and everything, but finding enough people and getting your positions and stuff.
Yeah, but
Stop pinging me,
yeah,
Q.
even on that we have like some like improvements already.
I can
in
read
the
it. I'm
works.
reading everything.
That
Like what?
the teleport. I don't know if we should talk about that though.
This is the show to talk about it, my friend.
The teleport.
So we have right now. It's not signed off yet. So they are like because we have to fit this work into the theme of Star Citizen, and it's like if I phrase it now the way that I will phrase it, it's you understand why it is really hard to put it into the framing of what we sell as Star Citizen. It's the
Yeah.
teleport to party.
Very
meeting,
hard to put it into
where
the framing
we
of
want
Star
to
Citizen.
Allow players to, in certain situations, be able to quick travel to
Just the way that came out, I feel like this is my first time watching this back. I was too upset yesterday to watch it back. But in watching it again, that's why I kept rewinding. I wanted to see like how this conversation evolved from like where we were to how we got to teleport, and it feels so staged to me. Like that's what I'm saying. I think they, even though this was not signed off on, I think they know what a controversial issue this is, and that hey, this is not signed off on yet is a way of trying to like blunt the trauma that they're about to inflict on backers who backed because of what they thought Star Citizen was going to be. but I feel like they are fishing for a response here, and I think it's up to us to deliver that response. Yeah. Well, I don't like it either. That's
Your
dev.
party group or your party hangar, and then be able to go on a mission. So we want to reduce the time for you to gather.
No.
dramatically with this feature.
No. Guys, Eve Sinos. It's not rip immersion, nothing. You literally fly through a wormhole, right? They could do anything. They could do anything.
It's not the immersion we
people,
care about.
Like, I really want you guys to understand, I want them to do so much more than this. So much more than this. All right, ships that require certain roles, right? Certain ships require certain roles. A mantis, but the opposite, that creates a quantum travel beacon of some kind that allows you to fast travel. Here is the struggle in so many aspects of Star Citizen. This would solve refueling. This would solve salvaging potentially. This would solve just bring an escort PvP bullshit. This could create creating reverse traps to fight other pirates, right? Things like that. So I really, really want you to understand this. If you're able to light the beacons of Minas Tirith, but then somebody is able to jump to that beacon, but it's extremely expensive, has a counter to it, something like that. It has to have balance. It has to have counterplay. It can't just be the beacon's lit and everybody fucking dies.
I feel like he's talking about something completely different here right now. I'm actually not opposed to wormhole generation. Sorry, I'm catching up with the chat here. Could the context just be for large multi-cruise ships? I mean, it could, Alabaster. Understandable, Grollo. We want a fun game where you have to find crew, not give me a list of people. Don't know. I still think that Thorson is saying right here makes me think teleport is just a high-level concept for something else that will fit into SC's vision. I don't know. Shrinking world concept, yeah. Even temporarily inhabiting an NPC is it's too disruptive to emergent gameplay. Way too disruptive. That's where I'm at, North Peak. Fix the tools, we don't need it. Also, they can't just say, hey, we want to teleport across 100 systems and not explain how we are going to do that. Probably prevent players from exploiting it and ruining the game for everyone else. Summon your whole org to some location almost instantly. Still, don't support this. Eve Sinos are cool, but I don't know if that will achieve the goal of getting a part. See, that's what I'm saying, Oscavian. I don't think this is at all what they're talking about here, because they're talking about this in the context of it taking forever to get a bunch of people to crew your Idris, right? We're going to continue watching, but they specifically say the feedback they're getting from people is that it just takes too long to log into the game and meet up with your friends. That's not what a Sinos is for. Like that's a totally different thing. And I'm not opposed to wormhole generation at some point in the future. I don't think that needs to be a 1.0 thing. I think super advanced, crazy, expensive technology someday, yeah, maybe. But we're already talking about it with exploration gameplay, right? Like explorers being able to discover hidden wormholes in the fabric of space. Like, that's a totally different topic. That is not what we are talking about here. That is not what I'm upset about. Devil's advocate again, what if it was only for larger multi-cruise ships that require extra power and it was just remote connection? Yeah, I don't like it, Griff, because it allows you to eliminate distance for PvP. Because now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have, say I have 100 PvPers in my large org. I'm not going to have any of them congregated. I'm going to have them dispersed throughout the galaxy, and I'm going to be hunting for my opponents. And as soon as one of them finds them, boom, everybody else teleports in. That's not locality. That doesn't respect distance in the game at all. That's very false engagements that you have little counterplay for, little ability to like scout and understand your surroundings and make strategic decisions, because at any time, boom, any ship can be fully crewed from anywhere across the galaxy, and I hate that. That's not the game that I signed up for. Universe Sim, or a typical and common game that you've played before and will leave behind in 6 months. Exactly. I was interested in Universe Sim, something uncommon and atypical. This makes me sad. That's exactly where I'm at, serious fun. Sorry, my eye's burning at the moment. Probably from rage. Oh gosh, now I dropped my glasses. Dude, I am blind without my glasses. I feel like that lady on Scooby-Doo, what was her name? Who like she'd drop her glasses and then she'd be like feeling around, couldn't see anything. That's me. That Velma, yeah, that's it. I'm falling apart here, dude. I am. Oh, it's been a miserable day. Contrary to how it might seem, because of my passion on this subject, I'm actually not the kind of person that lets this kind of stuff ruin my life. But I do speak passionately about it because I care. Yeah, my eyes are burning. All right. Mike's talking here specifically about gameplay ideas. I feel like in this segment, CIG is talking about a UI button. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think he's talking about something completely different than what CIG is talking about. So let's continue. I don't know if these converge or not. I'm also looking at his chat. NPCs to transport players to party leads. Hate this about fucking time. Seems like his chat kind of disagrees.
You know, and like a whole party jumps in or something like that. There's all sorts of other problems like this. Now,
exactly, Noscavian. That's what I've been saying.
I want to be very
There's
clear.
So much
it sounds like
that needs
jump
fixed.
to hangar, jump to party member, but you're not involved in combat at all. Right?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like. That's okay too. I want them to take it further because one of the biggest problems in the game is I am a cargo hauler and I've now been attacked by pirates.
Yes.
My org mates are within the same area as me, but there's no way for them to ever get to me in time to save me.
Okay, as it should be, if they're not escorting you.
What if I'm being attacked and I can light that beacon? Well, maybe that's not a good thing, right?
Definitely not a good thing.
I don't agree that it would be. But what if my escort was the beacon ship? So now I don't need an entire group dedicated to protecting me. Just one guy, maybe something like that. I don't know. I'm not a game designer.
Sounds terrible.
I've just played other games that does things like this. They're both ass experiences for the people who get dropped on. But it is a really good way to solve the scale of Star Citizen.
It's not. It's a terrible way to... What it does is it eliminates the scale of Star Citizen. I'm just going to fly beacon ships everywhere. Why would I fly anything else? I'm going to have a massive fleet sitting here in the middle of nowhere, and I'm going to fly beacon ships everywhere that my enemies could possibly be, and then boom, my whole fleet's on you as soon as I find you. That's what's going to happen. exactly. It eliminates the scale. It does not support the scale. It eliminates it. It's the same point that those people who in my comments who were saying, like, well, what if this grows to 20 or 100 systems? Like, well, then what's the point of growing if you're going to eliminate the scale? Why is having a player character jump in a turret anything less than an AI in a turret? Again, because it eliminates all strategic decision-making knowledge. That's the only way you will play this game. Again, remember, players take the path of least resistance. I'm not going to man any of my ships. My ships are going to fly everywhere solo now. And the moment they get in trouble, I will fill every turret. I will teleport ships in. I will do whatever the system allows me to do. But until that time, you'll have one person in that ship. We won't be flying around on multi-crew ships. We won't be experiencing the space together. We won't be hanging out in the kitchen playing... like, none of that. None of that social shit will exist in the game. Because players are going to take the most efficient path over time. That doesn't matter, Gambo or Lambo. Yeah, that's the same thing. I'm still not going to travel with you in my ship. I will bring you into my ship when I need you. We're never going to travel the stars together. Like, we were sold a game like Star Trek, right? Where we're in a ship together, we're managing the complexities that are presented to us in the life of living amongst the stars. It's literally called Star Citizen. And we're out here roughing it. We're making it work together. That's gone in this world. Thank you, Raptor. Somebody's going to travel the stars with me. But the moment you can just teleport into my turret when I need you, I don't need you in my ship anymore until I need you. And that's how the game will be played. Yeah, any reason to teleport is going to be a cop-out for moving around. Well said. Beacons, yes. I absolutely want beacons that give people jump points. The ability to fast travel to... Not fast travel. The ability to quantum to you. I definitely want that. Yeah, what's the point of beds, galleys? Yeah, any of that. We aren't going to need pool tables or arcade machines working in the game. We're not going to need any of the... I mean, why have coffee machines and kitchens and like all this shit? I don't get it, guys. Why have any of it? Why have the big meeting room on the Javelin? Nobody's going to sit there in the damn meeting room. They'll just teleport to the Javelin as soon as it gets in trouble. Yeah, that's a good one, Fault. Yeah, what if the ship's going to blow up? And we just fast travel to somebody else's ship? We won't need escape pods anymore. I mean, you know, it'll simplify the game quite a bit.
And because the scale of the game is both a huge advantage and a cool experience that it provides, but it
one
also
that nobody will get anymore.
Really prevents helping each other.
It does not. What it does is require planning and forethought. And again, anybody who's basing this on the realities of today, like they're missing, they're lacking foresight and the ability to estimate what it might look like in 1.0 whenever we don't have all these nags and jank and bugs. And if we still have it, then CIG will have failed at that point. Unless they give us the teleport button, because then it won't matter. And that's, again, it's giving up. I think the interesting point of this controversy is we found out before it was set as a feature I think there's some internal pushback on this idea. Like, I can't imagine CIG dev suggesting. Well, Ross, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I definitely think that it was planted in this SCL because they want community feedback. And so I'm doing my part and giving it, and I think you should too. I'm voting with my wallet. I had submitted an essay for the Odin, but I am not buying the Odin. Nope. Not happening.
Right? That's the important thing.
So
here,
CIG, don't select me.
The
I'm not
game
buying
is
it.
not fun in so many aspects because when I die or I get disabled, I have to wait an hour for somebody to come and help me. What if I had the ability to carry something where somebody can get to me more quickly? What if I get attacked and my escorts can get to me more quickly? Right? I think that is a piece of the Star Citizen puzzle.
I don't
that
think
is
it
missing. It just needs a level of counterplay and a level of balance. It's not my job to figure those things out, but it is absolutely my job as a Star Citizen backer during the alpha stage to explain how excruciatingly painful it has been to experience their game without something like that, right? Something to that extent.
But it's a bit challenging.
Yeah.
It bothers me whenever people are like, I need this. Figure it out. I can't think of how it would actually be balanced or how it would work, but I'm sure you can figure it out.
It's
something like
challenging
Concord as well.
At first glance, it seems against the ethos of Star
Correct.
Citizen. So, and that's why he's saying it's not a signed-off feature.
It's not, though. Like, how is that against the ethos of Star Citizen?
Oh my gosh.
Like, to me, the ethos of Star Citizen, in their mind, is everything takes forever and it's fucking incredibly boring. And most of the time I'm playing a game, I could be in the kitchen making eggs.
But I want to debate Mike. I hope he agrees to come on the show and debate me. I really want to debate him. What are you guys doing that is so boring you could be in the kitchen making eggs? I know there's a few people in the chat here who were watching Mike's show and I agree with this. You're playing Star Citizen. But what are you doing in Star Citizen that is so boring and so time consuming that you could literally be making eggs? Because for me, it's not the jumps. I can make the furthest jump in Stanton from one end to the other, and it's like 3 minutes. Tops. I don't even know if it's that long. Yeah, the quantum times do not take that long. What are you doing? That 6? Okay, 6 minutes. I can chill for 6 minutes. That's like a freaking World of Warcraft flight path. Quantum travel, waiting for a player to revive, refueling. Refueling's like instant. Scanning for rocks and then mining? Like that's you're engaged at that point. It's not doing it itself. You're not sitting there just watching it happen. It sounds to me like you don't like the game. Like, what would you rather be doing than scanning for rocks and mining? To me, it sounds very overblown and dramatized for effect. Like, I could be in the kitchen making eggs. Can you make an egg in 6 minutes? I mean, as long as somebody preheated the pan for you and everything, I'm sure you could. Yeah, I don't know.
You've heard me say it. We have the same conversations here that you guys have
Right.
out there just 3 months earlier, and probably just as contentious, to be honest. But we have to explore those.
It's so funny that they think that this is bad. Like that they think that this is polarizing.
It is.
Well, they use the wrong word, Stefan. They use the word fast travel. And fast travel in a game has a lot of problems with it, right? That are against the ethos of Star Citizen.
Yeah. How is this not
Make
fast
QT
travel?
faster, problem solved? No. Because you still have to make multiple jumps and then no.
See, this... You still have to make multiple jumps and blow... Like... One, I think they've already addressed that, saying that they are working on a way of eliminating all those intermediate jumps. But even if I got that wrong, half of the pain, actually probably more than half, probably 75% of the pain in those multi-jump scenarios is the malfunctioning jump marker, the malfunctioning map. The fact that after I've made my second jump, the third jump just won't highlight for me. I had to go back into the map and reselect or clear the route and redo it. Like that's the stuff that makes the multi-jumps annoying. It's not like if I came out of Quantum and okay, I got to make my second jump, I just align and I do it again. Like that's quick, and I can make it even faster by customizing my ship and putting the right engines on it. Right, the right quantum drive that has a faster cooldown time than maybe the other ones with more fuel efficiency. Like there's decisions there. Like all these things that have been added to the game over the years to give us decision-making capabilities and trade-offs between components. Like, dude, you're talking about eliminating all the stuff that makes those decisions matter.
No. Like this ability, the ability to jump directly to somebody almost instantly, but you have to do all the right setup and survive the maybe vulnerability that you have when doing it, sounds completely balanced to me.
Terrible.
Also, if only certain ships can do it, then you know that it's coming.
No.
Potentially, right?
Those things, even if we never,
Because then that's all. The only
even
ships
if
will fly.
a teleport feature never comes into Star Citizen, and it may not. Guys, we still
Let's
have to
hope it
discuss
doesn't.
it. We have to discuss it. We have to explore it. We have to build a prototype. We have to.
So, Jared is doing damage control right now. Torsten should not have mentioned this because it was not signed off. And now he's trying to say, well, we may not even do it and things like that. So maybe we shouldn't focus too much on this. But I'm glad they mentioned it because I can't express how important something like that is. It doesn't necessarily have to be fast travel or the way they explain it. It's just very, very important for escorts to not have to literally be holding on to you and tethered to you.
Thank you, Nugs. Totally agree.
In my opinion.
Glad to see you here, man.
And then, like, refueling and all these other things, saving somebody, medical gameplay. It would be really advantageous to have stuff like that. But they have to figure out ways where it's not overused and then it's not
Space gods.
underutilized, right? It's just used just right. So for people who are saying, I hate it and stuff like that, I hope you understand that there are situations maybe where you don't like it and there are situations where you do. And you have to make sure that instead of just saying, I hate this, I like this, that you communicate maybe where it makes sense to you and where it doesn't make sense to you. So as they're figuring this out, as they're signing off on these things, they give us the opportunity to explain how we would use them. And it may be really useful for them as developers to hear that and understand. How I want to see it used, I get jumped by pirates, I'm able to defend myself. With
This is exactly where I would not want to see it used. Again, it's he's focused on the defensive posturing of this, but if you can use it defensively, then you can use it offensively. And that's bad for everybody.
You know, if I'm able to counter Zerg a Zerg, maybe. It also escalates fights into big fights quickly.
That it does, but it eliminates the ability for anybody to use scouting and intelligence gathering and proper planning and recon and scanning and all these things to circumvent a big fight. All that's gone. All that's useless now. Like tremendous amounts of gameplay out the door.
Where people like their advantage in numbers, but then you can kind of even out those numbers more quickly as well, right?
Try it. We have to try anything that can make the process of getting into the game and playing the game more enjoyable, more effective.
Mega orgs will destroy servers with the teleport system. That's why I don't
Yep.
even think it's possible
Yep.
to do it at a large scale. Imagine everybody jumping in at one time in one place.
Yep.
In a Star Citizen, it would just break everything.
Effective has to be considered. That has to be
Right.
that has to be a major priority, especially as we go towards 1.0. As you go towards 1.0, that priority.
I don't know how you can say, as a traveler, I should be able to light a beacon and have people come in and defend me, but then say you can't have it at large scale. Like, how do you prevent it at large scale?
Becomes more and more important. Making the game accessible, making it possible for people to get in and do the things that they want to do. So there may be some things here and there that are like, well, that makes it less like a space sim. Sure, but it makes it more like a fun game.
Again, it's in EVE Online. So anybody who's making arguments about this, it's in EVE Online. It works amazingly well, and it is.
Do I have any EVE Online players in the chat? Because I don't think it's in EVE Online to the level that he's saying it is. Am I wrong? I will admit that Mike plays EVE Online more than I do. The question is the ability to teleport to a ship, to another ship. Like, so the example he was giving is, I'm a transport ship, I'm carrying cargo, I get jumped on by pirates, I want to be able to light a beacon, and all my org mates just teleport to me to help defend me. Is that kind of situation common in EVE Online? Because when I played, my understanding was that setting up jumps required Sino jumping is super common. How does Sino work? Somebody give me a TLDR. Because when I played, I thought it was very difficult to set up a Sino jump, and then you needed special jump drives and like all this stuff in your ship to be able to do one, but I might be misremembering. You need 2 ships, a specialized scout ship to light the Sino, then you have an allied ship that can create a warp bridge. Right. Right. That makes sense. And I'm not opposed to something like that, but what he's saying is, I'm just transporting goods and I get jumped by pirates. Like, boom. I want people to teleport to me. I don't think that exists in EVE Online. Like you're flying a, I don't know, a Galent, those big big long Galent ships that carry goods, right? And you get jumped by pirates. Like, nobody's coming to save you. Without warping. You could bait in the T2 hauler and light a Sino, but I mean, you can't tackle them, so it wouldn't be, it would be a group effort. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. And then only capitals could jump in on it unless you had a fleet waiting at a Titan to bridge. That would be a large orchestrated op. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm getting for. And I think in the future, if Star Citizen did things like this and we had super high-tech orgs creating jump gates, big orchestrated things, like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with large ops that do that kind of thing. That makes sense. What I don't want is some random hauler carrying goods getting instant support and backup from anybody in the org, or reverse, some scout ship moving in and scouting an enemy. Oh, hey, I found people doing Hathor. Bring in the fleet. Boom, everybody's there. That's the kind of stuff I don't want. Yeah, small gang with Black Ops ships. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like Eve has a fairly balanced approach to this. Grola, how about this? Your bio imprint copy is stored on your org ship based on distance and other factors. In order to be recreated at the org ship, you'll need to kill yourself, which imposes massive penalties. To the death of a spaceman, you spawn with none of your stuff on the orc ship, and you have no way to get back to your original location, because doing this in this manner resets your spawn home location to the orc ship that you're going to. I mean, I feel like we already have that. And I mean, that's basically the way respawning works today, isn't it? Zero. Yeah, distress beacons are cool. Case closed, yeah.
It is a paramount feature in that game, but they limit where you could do it. They limit the ships that can do it. They limit the ships that can jump you. So, again, I'm speaking from experience. You guys are speaking from feelings. So just remember that.
That's rude and not true.
Just remember, I'm speaking from
that's a very self-righteous high horse way to approach that.
experience. You're speaking from feelings about a game that doesn't exist.
Or people can play. So
one of the lots of people complain about lots of things, but one of the common ones is just the time it takes for you and your friends to go do something in Star Citizen.
Thank you.
We share
Thank
that
you,
pain
John.
as well. So
Thank you.
not everyone has 2 or 3 hours to play the game. Some people might only have an hour. You don't want to spend half an hour, 45 minutes of that time getting everyone together. Some people do.
It's more.
Not everyone does. And then spend 15 minutes quantum traveling somewhere.
Yeah.
To fix the bugs that cause it.
More than half an hour.
Yeah.
It's being kind. We recognize some of the challenges, and I think if anything can always be taken away from these shows, it's an acknowledgement that we recognize those challenges.
Torsten's based
those
again, dude.
conversations that happen out there are happening here, and that the people here are doing their best to
Hours.
those things and make them better.
Somebody in the chat is saying it takes hours. There, Pixel Powder, he has a good question. Why can't we have persistence from last play like ED would solve a lot of this? Exactly, that was another thing we haven't even really talked about. Good eating velocity is that on top of mitigating the annoyances of traveling from point A to point B through fixing the bugs and the jank and all the other issues, they've also committed to letting us log in where we logged out, and that alone would resolve a lot of this. Because if your org had a base of operations and you knew where your org was typically, you know what I mean? And people already do this a lot with just all setting their home to the same place. But if we got log out or log in where we logged out, I mean, that would allow things to be a lot more mobile, right? And if, God willing, someday they figured out how to let us log in on a friend's ship in their bed or something like that, those types of things would go a long way to solving this without teleportation.
Yeah, I was just in a meeting. Gosh, last week with Ian and Aaron and Sandy talking about the tutorial. And, what we can do to improve that, because it's.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that too, Zero. Again, endgame stuff like that. They've already talked about that kind of stuff with. Yeah, exactly. Serious fun. They've already talked about wormhole generation through exploration, right? Now, it's explained a little differently. Like you're discovering a wormhole that was there, nobody else knew about. They're temporary, they collapse after a while. But really, your exploration ship is generating a wormhole. Let's be serious. And I'm okay with that extending to endgame or huge constructs. I'm cool with that. Again, as long as it's properly expensed and limited and all the things, which, I'm sure we could sit down and come up with some reasonable...
Make it work. Doesn't it not work 99% of the time?
You never rest. Yes, we have to make new stuff. We have to make new stuff. New things to do, absolutely. But we also cannot forget that this needs to be a playable and enjoyable experience through and through. And there are quality.
Exactly. It needs to be playable. So make it playable. Fix the bugs. Fix the regressions. Fix the jank. Fix the collisions. By the way, where's that article from Benoit? He never published that thing on collisions and jank and all that stuff that he promised us. Like, in there will be a lot of clues on how to address these issues.
Of life fixes, there are older systems that can be updated that need to be updated to help us.
But
I don't think he'd respond to me like he did Jared.
The system that literally every single player interacts with every fucking day has been broken for so fucking long. I am so sick of these conversations while we're talking about quality of life and never focusing on the single biggest quality of life problem in the game. I am so fucking tired of hearing it. Like, stop and actually fix things that matter. Like, oh, we fixed the quality of life on this thing, and then they do this for that shit. And it's like, dude, no.
And then
stop.
There are interesting ideas that
I know why, because of this new flight model garbage and the new quantum travel experience.
That's funny.
But like, it is degraded to the point of absolute frustration.
Like
it does feel like he's having feelings at the moment.
To party leader and stuff.
And maybe it's positive me speaking now, but I think we have a good idea of how we can make it fit for Star Citizen. And I think you will still like the way that is being discussed.
This is the part that really hit me hard. Whenever he was saying he feels like we have a good way that he can make it fit. I mean, he's basically the man now, right? Like, he's the game designer. Right? I mean, you don't get much higher than this guy right now. Other than, of course, CR. And I'm hoping CR shoots us down so freaking hard.
You will have advantages still if you do the travel by yourself, but we are very, very aware that not everyone has 3 hours for a gameplay session. So we want to tailor to those. And
yeah, so it's going to cost you something to use. That's the only lever they can pull there.
Yeah, happy to talk about
I got to do that soon,
So make
Griff.
quantum travel fast. You cannot make it fast enough. I don't understand.
All right, sounds like people are getting annoyed with this. We can stop. I think we watched enough. Eve lets you have multiple bodies. They are expensive as hell, and you basically can go to a Cyro medical facility and go to sleep in one station, wake up. Kind of like gathering, or kind of like getting re-sleeved in altered carbon. So maybe if they let me buy a clone, I could have a clone at Orison. I go hang out with my friend in the capital. Yeah, I remember that feature in Eve. I'm really not a fan of it either. But I'd have to give that some more thought. it's called Arena Commander in Smartfield. Yeah, I mean, Arena Commander gives people the instant action they're looking for, and maybe that's a lot of what people are missing, right? Like if you want to log in and get instant action, like we're gonna have those in-game machines and hologram things that we can strap our character into and boom, be right in the action. Maybe people just don't. Maybe they're not connecting that. I don't know. Again, I'm sure SM is a nice guy off stream, and I know he's a fan. I just don't live as. I just don't love that his SC brand is fermenting dissent for clicks. Yeah, it's a fair take, Griff. Again, yeah, Mike's a nice guy off stream for sure. I've talked to him. I really enjoyed the collaboration we had, and I hope we do one on this. I would love to debate him. That's fair, but that would be the close teleport that I think would be decent. Anything more would be a step too far. Definitely anything more would be a step too far. I don't know. I don't know how I would feel about that. Just maybe something like that in the future when we have 20, 100 systems. Maybe, I don't know. Still doesn't feel good, but like I don't know. It decouples me from my character. You know what I mean? I don't feel like I'm my character at that point. Definitely a decoupling experience, but anyway, that's also contradicting himself by saying he's expert on something, but then completely off base because he's not an expert on something else. And even then, does it make the universe smaller? Yeah, I mean it does. Even then. And remember, we're a 5-star system, right? 5. At the time I play this game, I want a hospice mode. That's funny, Zero. I just want to jack in at that point. I personally like it taking forever to get anywhere. Yeah, I agree. I want to enjoy the journey, right? That's why I'm in this game. The journey is part of it. And, but the journey, you know, a lot of people will say, well, then you go enjoy the journey if you want to enjoy the journey. I don't want to enjoy the journey. I want to hop into it. And my response is, okay, Arena Commander, strap yourself in. Because part of me enjoying the journey is the fact that there is value in that journey. As soon as you remove the value of the journey, well, I'm not going to enjoy the journey anymore. Who will? I guess you might get a few Origin Sightseer enthusiasts, maybe. I just want a game where you turn it on and get a screen that says you win. Yeah. I think that would make a lot of money in today's climate. I think that could work. Arena Commander had integration in the game that your character could interact with and have an instant action fun, but as a casual, I don't want to see fast travel. Yeah, exactly. Basically a battleground. Right? Like I would love that too. I think that would be great. Because it's obvious that it's virtual. It's kind of detached from the universe that your character lives in. It's like this virtual event that you participate in. I'm all for that. And you know, you could tie rewards to it, just as doing something physically in the game. Obviously different. You definitely want to separate them, but you know, people who are looking for a quick positive reinforcement or a feedback loop or whatever they're looking for, they can get it through there pretty easy. Plus, you know, awesome tactical battle maps don't matter if anyone in any system can teleport in. At least, yeah, exactly. You're spot on. One of these days, I hope to play in the verse with you and chat with you on these topics. Hey, anytime, Norspeak. Well, I mean, I haven't been in there much during 4.7. I'm definitely going to be spending a lot more time in there in 4.8. Maybe you can come crew up with us for tactical strike groups or whatever. I was in it at the beginning of 4.7 quite a bit, getting used to the crafting and mining and all that stuff. A lot of fun, but yeah, I'm looking forward to the TSGs. The only Warzone game that had an instant action button was appropriate was PlanetSide 1 and 2. Yeah, I mean, that was basically a Call of Duty type of game, right? Yeah, they're not open world MMOs. Exactly. And those are great games. I mean, I play lobby games. I enjoy lobby games. I'm playing quite a bit of the new Diablo season. Total lobby game. I'm not sitting here saying like lobby games shouldn't exist. That's one of the things that frustrates me about this, when people come in and they have this attitude like we have to change this, we have to make it more approachable for this type of player or that type of player. And I'm like, but not every game has to be. You know, like I enjoy those types of games, but I also enjoy this type of game. Let's have different types of games. You know, I remember I loved the New World when it first came out, right? I would have loved it a lot more in its beta form. When it was actually going after being a sandbox. By the time it shipped, it had already kind of given up on being a sandbox. It removed item loss and wear and tear. It removed player building, and it removed all that. But it still had the vestiges of being a sandbox. You know, they didn't have time to completely remove everything. And so whenever the game first came in, there was very little fast travel in the game. I don't know if there was any. Actually, there was some, but it was expensive. You had a currency for it, I believe, and it was hard to acquire that currency, so people didn't fast travel much at all. And the economic centers were disconnected, right? Like there was all these towns in New World, and they each had their own disconnected trade hubs, and so Locality was in the game at the start. And I spent all my time learning the different markets and buying stuff and actually running the materials from one town to the other. And I was like this traveling trades person. And along the way, I would explore and do a little resource collection and that type of thing. Or if I found a POI, I would go do that. And so it really mixed my gameplay up. And I loved it so much. And but as the game progressed, they began bringing in more and more, you know, vertical progression and more, you know, theme park oriented systems and moving away from the sandbox model. The first thing they did was they linked the trade hubs. So now posting on one was visible everywhere. It completely eliminated the merchant role. Now you just basically had stockbroker roles where people just stood at one trade hub and dominated stuff across the entire globe. Locality didn't matter anymore. The next thing they did to double down on that was they linked your storage sheds, because you used to have a unique storage shed at each town. They linked those, so now, and again, all of this, players wanted linked storage sheds. They wanted the linked markets, because it was painful to have to travel from point A to point B, especially when fast travel was hard to come by. And so slowly the players just asked for things that whittled away at the things that made the game interesting for a larger group of players. And then they introduced fast travel. They removed, I don't think they removed the currency, but they like inflated it or something. They made it so trivial to acquire. So then players fast traveled everywhere. And then the really funny thing was the same expansion where they introduced mounts, because players have been asking for mounts the whole time. It didn't ship with mounts. They finally gave us mounts, and then on the very same patch, they just blasted the map with teleport location. Like, why would you give us mounts and then just blast the map with teleport location? So then people just fast traveled anywhere. It was pretty rare to have to walk more than 100 yards anywhere. I mean, you just fast traveled to the next point and, you know, walked a little bit from there. So you went from a game that had locality, separate markets, separate storage, all this stuff that actually generated a little bit of gameplay to a thing where it was just a lobby game. People queued in the dungeons, they teleported wherever they needed to go. all the markets were linked, all the storage was linked. Again, you could just stand in town and do anything you ever wanted to do. And, well, we saw how that ended up. You just, that game's gone. Star Citizen needs locality, absolutely. I think locality is probably one of the most important features, or one of the most important aspects of Star Citizen. Like, that is the thing that will give the game longevity. And it's why I'm so passionate about this subject, right? Like, if anything that chips away at locality is chipping away at the longevity of Star Citizen. Entire trade profession is terrible. Global markets, yeah. Did you trade your car for a GPU? Wow. Congrats on the 5090, North Peak. Holy shit. 5090s are up to 4,500? 5K? Ooh. There's no good teleport conception for SC? None. I completely agree, serious. Holy cow. Man, I'm glad I got mine when I did. Yeah, I didn't pay. I mean, I paid less than 5K for an entire system with a 5090 in it. And that was a maxed out system. I mean, that was the 9800X3D, 64 gig of RAM, and it was the newer RAM. And I bought two of them because I couldn't get myself one without getting the wife one. Griff, thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate the gifts, man. Welcome, all new members of the channel. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Griff. Can't express enough how much I appreciate that. It's a huge help. Nobody's filtered. I don't know how it works, honestly. I think it's just random. First fight won? Oh shit, it's that time already. Yeah. 3060 is great, yeah. Good card. It's time for trees soon. I don't have to go quite yet, but sounds like some of the team's already out there. If you're on YouTube, you have to enable gift memberships to receive them. Oh, there you go, Zero. It's your fault. $1,400K, 64 gig of RAM. Well, the gifts were going out on YouTube, Zero. That might be fast travel Mormwoods. That'd be nice, right? Wouldn't have to run around the map anymore. Or those trees were plotting to add teleporters, yeah. Dang, Norse. I don't know what a 14900K is. Is that like the best Intel CPU? No more yeeting myself off cliffs. I can't promise that, Wolf. Fast travel. was part of what killed EverQuest. Planes of Power expansion. I never played EverQuest, so I can't comment on that. Yeah, I think WoW had a probably a huge impact. Zero just got an anonymous gift. Thank you for whoever did that. And scaring the shit out of me again, but I'll take it. It's a good scare. Now I will make a second PC for streaming and editing. I'll just swap to AMD one for gaming. It is in some sense not so much after the new CPUs, but they're only 4 to 5% faster. Gotcha. I don't know a whole lot about the newest AMD versus Intel stuff. I've been going AMD for the last couple generations, and it's been working really well for me, so I haven't changed. There for a while, Intel was really, I don't know. But my understanding is it's improved dramatically. I was so mad when POP came out. Custom water cooled. Damn, sounds like a sweet rig, dude. They gave everyone the ability to travel most anywhere instantly. Are you serious? I mean, that's how that New World expansion was. Oh, dude, it was so... They killed the game. I mean, fast travel was one thing that killed it, but also what they did to crafting and gear acquisition and the way they changed. I mean, there was so much. They made all the wrong decisions for that game. Tempting to build an AM5. I think AM5 is what I have. That's 9800, right? Yeah, the New World went under, exactly. Didn't work for them either. That's what I'm saying, dude. When I hear about these changes, that I mean, as soon as I heard about that shit from CIG, I'm just like, the battlefield is littered with the corpses of MMOs that have gone this direction. There's really only a few who have survived, and I don't know. Seems obvious to me that we need something different to dethrone them. You're not going to dethrone them with the same old shit. Frosting the pipes was a pain in the ass, so I just bought pre-frost ones. I can't believe we're talking about frosting the pipes in a PC build conversation. I built PCs a long time ago before all this fancy cooling stuff. Planes of Power and EQ added a dozen or so portals, so all the different main city locations in a single Nexus area. Damn. Seems scared of their own design. Did they do that before or after World of Warcraft released? I could see them doing something stupid like that in a panicked reaction. Interesting. I gotta take a quick bio break. Whenever I get back, I want to talk a little bit about this monthly report. Just one section in it, the online technology section. There's a few things in there I found interesting. I want to see if you guys caught. But I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Fix up my chat there. Cool. Thanks for patience. Had to get a little coffee too. That's what took so long. And a snack. I'm good now. Of course I did. Thank you, Sanctity. You just get here, Sanctity? It's decaf. Curious if people here think of the current QT and jump tunnels in SC as fast travel mechanics. No, I don't think so. None of that is fast travel. You missed the crazy part of the stream? Dude, you ain't seen nothing yet, Norski. Here, Kennedy. Sorry. I'm kidding. We did spend a lot of time talking about fast travel, though, Sanctuary. I know you were in comments on the last video I did. It gets crazier from here. Yeah, just wait till we get to this online technology section. Holy shit, it's gonna get nuts. Woo! Look at this. Shoo! This shit is fire. That's what my kids say. Yeah, especially the exploration jump points. Supposed to be limited in size. It's all good. I think we're most people here, Sanctuary. I don't know. I think my comments from the video were split about 50-50. Most people here are pretty firmly in the camp of against fast travel. We had a couple. We had like 2 that were for it. I should do a poll, but I'm sure other people are doing polls that will have a further reach than mine. But I'll still do one. Yeah, it was a really good discussion. Very good discussion. And I do intend to do a follow-up video where I kind of go deeper on why I think locality is the most important aspect of Star Citizen, and it is what's going to give Star Citizen longevity, and why anything that works against locality is poison for the game. That's firmly the camp that I'm in. Was there an underlying intent to the question about jump gates and quantum being fast travel? Oh, I'm always here. I'm always willing to hear an argument. Some things it's really hard to change my mind on, though, and this is one of them. But I'll debate. as passionate of a response as it might have seemed that I had, I'm always willing to debate. Look at Ultima Online and Star Wars Galaxy. NUO player shops with vendors operating out of their homes was a major thing. Would not be possible with Locality. 100% exactly. Good point. I don't even want to hear the arguments. I don't want them to try and talk me into it and regret it later. Fair enough, Kennedy. It was a great discussion. Never be another one like it again. It's possible. Not all fast travel is the same. I think there can be good versions like QT and jump tunnels, and bad versions like WoW teleport me to dungeon. Yeah. But we already have QT and jump tunnels. Currently sipping a vodka and tonic and trying to build a unit of Arco. I don't even know what that is. A unit of Arco flagellants. Now I gotta figure out what that is. What's this? Oh, Warhammer stuff. Oh, shit. That is way too small for kind of dexterity I have in my hands, which is very little. What about opening a transient jump tunnel that is temporary using a ship or a game mechanic, and you have to defend the gate to keep it open? We talked about that, Sanctity. And I said I'm okay with like crazy endgame portal creation. Yeah, it would have to be very well balanced, and it's definitely not like I'm flying my cargo ship and I'm under attack and I want to fire a beacon and have people instantly get to me. Definitely not that. But my mind is open to endgame, you know, big operation, org level orchestration for creating and sustaining like player run gates. My mind is open to that. This is not a hill where Star Citizen dies, but it is the hill where it decides what kind of game it is going to be. I know which one I back. That's exactly the camp that I am in. Serious. That is 150,000% the camp, or my stance. The Remvies, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. It might topple the hill they build up. I would be really, really interested in... You know, I think it'll probably be impossible to get this stat, but I think what would be really interesting is to see the split on support for an idea like this between people who have actually backed and invested in this game and those who have been watching from the sidelines. Kind of see the split there, you know what I mean? Like, I would love to see, like, of people who have invested, I don't know, 500 or more. Where do they fall in this issue? People who have invested 100 or less, where do they fall in this issue? I would love to see that. Because it certainly seems to me, but you know, my perspective could be narrow. I could be suffering from some kind of bias here, but it definitely seems to me that the people I know who have invested a ton into this game, like, they are definitely in the camp that is looking for a game that respects distance, locality, and the sim part of this game. Guild SC, enjoy your content. Intrigued by the fast travel discussion. Was wondering if you are fundamentally against instantly going from medbed at Levski to medbed at Lorville. No gear. Yes, I'm fundamentally against that. Guild. We had a big long discussion on this earlier, and we're kind of revisiting it a little bit right now because some new people came in, but yeah, I am fundamentally against that. Where do you stand on it? Matt Fernandez, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate it, man. Helps a lot. I own a Javelin, and I do not want fast travel. I'm generally a casual player, but I know the game I backed for. Amen. I visit the game 1 to 2 times a year, $70 pledge. I want the immersion sim. Interesting. I wonder if I could do a poll to capture some of that. I don't think I would have enough flags for a poll like that. This game will be so big that you won't and shouldn't be able to play all the game. That's the great part of the game. That's a kind of a good way of looking at it. Kennedy, I'm a little over 2K, and that's what I want as well. The immersive sim, no fast travel. I want what they have talked about for so long, not what they seem to be pandering towards. I'll probably be watching from the start. I personally thought we would be having different characters to play. Make it potentially easier to meet up. So you're in like the clone camp. You want clones scattered throughout the universe that you can switch between. I was curious, have you heard of agent smithing? Yeah, I heard of it. It was a concept back in the day where players could temporarily inhabit the bodies of hired NPC crew. Yeah, I'm against agent smithing too. The reason I'm against agent smithing or anything like it is that it still fundamentally alters the PvP game. Because if I can have agent smiths, then why would I put people on my ship? Why would I multi-crew? Like if I'm an aggressive organization and my desire is to get PvP at all costs, and I want to hunt other organizations, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have people in as many ships as I can scattered across the universe hunting for you. And once I find you, boom, I agent smith all my people into my ship and I whoop your ass. That's not the multi-crew gameplay we were promised. Yes, it removes people from legitimately being filling out the game with population, exactly. I don't even want to be able to buy a space station as a solo player unless I build an empire like... Not clones, just characters aligned with a mercenary guild and another with the council. I got you. So you just want alts. See my new power bad? No, but I'll log in here in a minute and check it out, Zen. When you have Org-owned stations, every org member will have a clone at their station. They can go on full offensive and Agent Smith back to home if another org assaults. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it eliminates all strategic planning, it eliminates scouting, it eliminates recon, it eliminates all that gameplay. None of that matters anymore in the moment you can instantly Agent Smith or inhabit, teleport. Like all that gameplay goes away. Am I against NPC crew entirely as well? I'm not. I am mostly against NPC crew, but I think it could be done in a way that I would support. The reason I'm against NPC crew is because this game depends on multi-crew gameplay for a lot of reasons, right? Scaling the game depends on players inhabiting each other's ships because of CIG's containerization model. They are using this OCS system to reduce the strain on the replication layer, right? Because if my capital ship has 20 people in it, then that is, and your capital ship has 20 people in it, we're actually exchanging very limited information relative to the fact that we have 40 people involved in that conflict. As soon as you bring NPC crew into the equation, then if it's not properly done, then you're going to end up in a situation where we don't have 20 people in a capital ship. We have 20 capital ships, one person each, with a bunch of NPC crew. That breaks the scale. It breaks the multi-crew gameplay we were promised. It breaks all kinds of stuff. Now, the only way to have that work is that the NPC crew has to be so abysmal that it is actually worth it to have one capital ship over 20 capital ships. Now, how can you possibly achieve that? The NPC crew almost has to be negative. And then the people who want the who want the NPC crew to play solo, like, they're not having a good time because their NPC crew is so abysmal that it's not delivering them a valid gameplay experience anyway. So it's a really hard thing for them to balance. I think AI blades would be far easier to balance because you can do things that would allow it to be balanced in multi-crew conflicts or big org conflicts, right? You could have electronic warfare that disables AI blades, that kind of stuff. So as long as it has an easy counter, then you get the ability to have solo players enjoy PvE content by themselves, which I think is what we all want this for, without disrupting big, large battle and big org gameplay and big fleet conflicts, right? So they have no solution in the works for solo ships, always being a better option than group in every situation. Turret gameplay is an absolute useless joke. Yeah, exactly, Catalyst. That is a huge problem that needs solved, but one that NPC, crew, and AI blades play into. We need to get to the point where a fully crewed capital ship is better than several solo crewed ships. Now, engineering was a step in that direction, right? But engineering is just not functioning to the level it needs to function to help achieve that. Fires aren't breaking out as easy as they should. Taking damage to engineering components is not as punitive on the ships as it needs to be. There's a lot of, but those are knobs that CIG can turn to help get us in the right direction. We're just not there yet, but I have faith that we'll get there. Turret gameplay is a joke, engineering gameplay is a bore. And using your cap ship analogy, we'll need 19 people willing to do that for everyone. Yeah, but it's critical to the game, Keith. The game doesn't scale without it. How many cap ships do you think we could fit in an area? Fast travel, why not fast engineering at the press of a button, and then why not fast economy? Hell yeah. I think you're on to something serious. Yeah. Engineering needs on, for sure. Catalyst, I think you're wrong about that. There's plenty of people in our org that are itching for engineering gameplay. They're itching to be engineers. People were excited to play, what's his face from Star Trek? Scotty, right? Like, I think it's an overgeneralization to say nobody or everyone. Like, just because you're not doesn't mean nobody is. You get that truth, I'm just not seeing the reality. I think fielding 6 would be a serious performance strain now. Yeah. That is the truth and the reality. And so if you want to involve 40 people in a conflict, you're going to have to figure out how to make those roles fun. You can't... There's never going to be a point where fielding 40 capital ships is an option. Yeah, I know there's no Scotty gameplay for engineering. It needs to get there. Let's not confuse like the state of the game now with the state the state we want the game to be in come 1.0. 1.0, we want good engineering gameplay. We want good capital fleet combat. We want multi-crew to matter, right? Like, you either want those things or you don't, and if you don't, I think you're playing the wrong game. I endorse the vision of all player crew, but my gut tells me that Catalyst is right. Not enough people will fill the red shirt role. What do you think that people want to do on a ship, Keith? Yeah. I think you're wrong. I think there's a lot of people that want to play the red shirt. Most people I talk to that because I'm an org leader, right? I do a ton of recruiting for the game. And most of the people I talk to do not want to be a pilot. No, I think you're wrong, Keith. I think there's a ton of people that do not want those roles. I talk to a lot of people that want to sit in a turret. They don't want the responsibility of flying the ship. They certainly don't want the responsibility of commanding the ship, but they want to be involved in the action. Think about the people who go on a WoW raid. A ton of people do not want to be leading that raid. They don't want to be a class lead. They don't want to be a person in charge of any decision making. They want to sit back and just hit their rotation and do a bunch of damage and show up on the meters, right? There's all kinds of people out there. I think you're very grossly mistaken on the types of players that are going to exist in this game. Surely there's going to be some that want to pilot. There's going to be some that want to be in charge. There's going to be some that want to be the hero. More dots, yeah, right? I don't want to fly. I am interested in being in fleet command. Like, I want to oversee multiple ships. That's kind of the level I want to operate at. I don't want to fly any of them. I want to learn the ins and outs of multi-ship battles. I'm never going to be an expert fighter pilot, right? I think if you have the kind of player that wants to be shooting guns and flying ships, then put them in a fighter. They don't have to be on a capital ship. Capital ship combat's going to need a lot of fighters, right? So you're going to have roles for all these people. If they want to be kind of a half AFK player, put them in a turret. If you have the kind of person who loves being a healer, they might like the engineering role. There are people that love playing support position. I think whenever you say everybody wants to be the hero or everybody wants to fly the ship, dude, I could not disagree with that more. Just play any MMO and you will see all kinds of people who like to play all kinds of different roles. I can kind of relate to Keith's opinion. I lean a bit more towards people wanting to be in the action. I take, for example, the Jedi complex that was in Star Wars Galaxy. I just think, yeah, Zero. I think maybe it is 60-40. I don't know, but I think that I think there's room for that in the game. Like, I don't think we need a ship full of engineers, right? Going to do a mission in SC, going dark for now, girl. That's my fault. Appreciate you being here, man. Just think of the way that CIG was describing capital ship combat like a year or two ago during that one interview they did with the guys, and they were explaining what they thought capital ship combat would look like, and they were describing 2 capital ships going head to head. Each one is going to need a squadron of fighters, right? Every fighter needs a pilot, 1 pilot. That's a bunch of room for people who like to be the hero. The capital ship needs a pilot. Most capital ship pilot seats, they don't have a lot to do. They're flying, that's it. And it's not like the capital ships are doing crazy freaking maneuvers. Then you have the guy, captain, who's sitting in the captain's seat. That has to be somebody who's comfortable with doing like a raid leader job. And I can tell you from personal experience, there's not that many people comfortable with being a raid leader. And I don't expect there's going to be that many people comfortable with being in the captain's seat. You're going to need, depending on the size of the ship, you're going to need an engineer or 2. Okay, that's 1 or 2 support roles. For all these, so far, all we have is a pilot in the action, according to your definition. You have a bunch of fighter pilots who are in the action, according to your definition. You're going to need some turret operators. Yeah, the Odin might need 4, but that's fine. How many fighters is the Odin going to scramble? How many guns is the Odin going to have, right? Now, I will admit that turret gameplay has to improve, but let's just put on our caps for a second and pretend that we're in 1.0 and turret gameplay is great. CIG admits that turret gameplay needs to improve, right? We also need missile gameplay to improve, but at some point, if these systems get to a point where they're actually fun, and the captain can call targets, and gunners are getting live target action on their screen, and all this stuff, and it could be fun. And I think there's players that will love all those roles. And okay, maybe you're in an org that you can't get people who love turret gameplay. Well then, whatever. I guess you're just, maybe you change your strategy. Maybe you don't fly the big capital ship. Maybe you focus on medium-sized ships, fighters, and you just fly a different type of fleet. You know, maybe that's your org's thing. I don't think every org has to do the same thing. Not every org has to fly a capital ship fleet. You know, run a pirate org, run a trading org, run something, run different types of ships. I mean, that's the thing with Star Citizen. You said yourself, Zero, right? Not everybody has to play the entire game. Okay, I'm pretending now. I'm a 95-year-old, 1.0 just released. I hired a whippersnapper teenager to move my joystick while my... Okay. CIG also completely ignores the solutions that have been screamed at them. It's extremely easy to fix. All they have to do is have turrets have an inherent velocity buff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really concerned. I mean, obviously, turrets are in a bad spot. I have confidence that they can get to a good spot. I'm not really worried about them now. CIG should be brave enough to bring in AI Blades, but also bring in E-War. Yeah, velocity. I completely agree. I think that's the solution for AI Blades. I'm having a harder time thinking about what the solution for NPC crew is, but I don't think we have to worry about it. They've already said that's post 1.0, and who knows if it ever happens. Flying capitals is more my forte, getting people's guns on target and seeing them fire. I'd love for fleet management to eventually feel like an RTS. I think that's kind of how it's going to feel, Keldo, which is why I'm very excited about it. Seeing all the org memberships on a star map doesn't... Yeah, exactly. Dude, I am so pumped for that. Luckily, I'm in a good position. Grollo, Pax Day XM, good to see you, man. Which is why people have zero trust in CIG to actually solve these core issues. I don't... Again, you're making a very sweeping comment there. I don't know that everybody has zero trust in CIG. I think if you did a poll in chat here, you'd find a lot of people that have a fairly high confidence level in CIG Catalyst. I think we're starting to touch on what seems to be the critical tension in this game. How much of it is a sim versus how much is an MMO? Yeah. I mean, it's a tension point, Keith. And I think you find yourself in an environment right now where you're surrounded by a bunch of people that want the sim. But I'm sure you can go somewhere else and find people who want something more gamified. Yes, Grollo, I said that, I agree, but if SC relies too much on real people filling out those types of roles, it could be a negative. Thus, I think NPC crew could augment that. I just don't... I see it with AI Blades, Zero. because I can see the counter. I don't know how to counter NPC. You have to implement it in such a way that people will not bring NPC crew to a fleet battle. How do you do that with NPC crew? I don't know. But if I figure it out, I'll certainly share my ideas. With AI Blades, it's very clear to me how you would do it. Again, electronic warfare is the counter. There you go, Catalyst. Zach fully trusts CIG to implement well. Turska, I trust CIG more than a community of armchair devs. Fair enough. CIG have already made my favorite game, and I've played games on nearly every gaming system since 1976. There you go. I do wonder how much of the game will change as they continue to grapple with the realities of the network overhead and they're trying to manage. I'm sure it's not any desire to deviate from CR's vision. Yeah, the teleport thing definitely makes me waver on it. They know what they're building. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's the first thing that's had me wavering. Love talking about theory crafting. I'm with you. My preference would be sim heavy. I enjoyed DCS, RMS Squad. Wow, I was fine, I guess. Lots of folks seem to want implement Eve-like systems. I think it's fine to draw inspiration from Eve. Eve has a lot of good, a lot of good economic systems, right? I think that's where we should be drawing inspiration from Eve, which was totally separate from how you play the game. Like, that's more of a backdrop thing, like a service level thing. For me, the grittier the better. Amen. NPC crew are androids that can be disabled with well-placed EMPs. Now, there you go. If NPC crew are robots, I think we're on to something. I think making NPC performance 3 to 10 relative to human performance is one way to go. It has to be. That's what I'm saying, serious. Like, it has to be pretty abysmal. Again, think about what you have to overcome. Even 3 out of 10, so that's 30%. If you are, I don't think that's enough. I understand where you're coming from, but like, just do the math, right? If it takes 10 people to fully crew an Idris. Yeah, see you, Keith. If it takes 10 people to fully crew an Idris, or I can put 1 real person on an Idris and 10 NPC crew, and that 10 NPC crew is 30% as effective as the fully crewed Idris. But that fully crewed Idris is taking up 10 humans. Alternatively, I could put 10 humans in 10 Idrises, fill them all with NPC crew, and now I am 300% as effective as the one fully crewed. You see what I mean? The math gets really hard. Unless there's counterplay. Now, if the NPC crew are all androids and we can wipe them out with an EMP pulse, that changes it totally. So if there's counterplay to make... Because what we really need is I think we need NPC crew or AI Blades to be effective in PvE, but ineffective in PvP. I think that's what we need in order to balance the game properly and give us the multi-crew situations that we're looking for. And not Eve style, everybody's in their own ship type of gameplay. I'm scared of the Eve player base. They seem so toxic and into social engineering aspect. Also, the you need bad guys mentality seems to be from Eve. I'm okay with that, PvE versus PvP effectives. Yeah, I think that's where we need to get to. So whatever that takes, whatever that looks like, I think that's what we need. The social engineering aspect, dude, I've seen that in a surprising number of games. I've played a lot of PAX Day, as people who frequent this channel will know, and it was very pervasive in that game too. I think we're going to get the social engineers come 1.0. I'm sure we already have quite a few of them, honestly. But yeah, it's coming. No doubt. There's another dimension to that argument. The fact it would be relatively easy for a mid-sized org to field 10 idrises. Supposing NPC crew exists across 10 players is crazy. Why is that crazy? There's a lot of whales in this game, megahertz. Yeah, Griefernet, good example. Pac-Man on engineering terminals? Dude, I want the arcade cabinets. I want the arcade cabinets, capital ships, man. Or sell us arcade machines as like a standalone thing we could put on our ships. That would be awesome. I guess megahertz, my question would be, what do you call a mid-size org? How big is that? I am that whale. I mean, I never thought of myself as a whale, but I have spent a lot of money on Star Citizen. But I prefer to mine and salvage most days. Yeah, I hear that. Not complaining about whales. They keep the project alive in their own way. My core worry is that CIG went into oversaturating the player base with capital class ships. I mean, yeah, that's where we're at. But even without that, like, it's only a matter of time until the organizations get to that point, right? I mean, just look at EVE Online. I mean, that's the nature of a sandbox. People are going to be out there. They're going to set up supply chains. They're going to get factories going. They're going to get dry docks going. They're going to start manufacturing these things. And before you know it, you're going to have thousands of Idrises out there in the verse. And maybe the issue I'm describing is not an issue for a mid-size org. I don't know. But the fact is that it will be an issue for large orgs. And this game has to work for all sizes, right? If you're in a large org and you have hundreds of Idrises in your dry docks, and you're going to war with another large org over some very valuable territory or resources or whatever, why would you bring 10 Idrises fully crewed when you could bring 100 Idrises with NPC crew? Why would you do that? People are going to do what wins. Okay, there you go. Yeah, you can field 10 with little worry. Yeah, exactly. So you get it. I mean, yeah, it's the way it is. But like, oversaturation with Idrises is not a problem if the game mechanics don't enable it to be a problem, right? Like, if you have to, and that's why everybody all this time, I think, has been okay with the purchasing of these ships, because like, it didn't feel like pay to win, because the promise has been, okay, you can spend a bunch of money and have a ship, but you're not going to be out there kicking everybody's ass unless you can actually man the thing, right? And that's where we need to get to. As long as we need the people to crew these things to make them effective, the oversaturation of wars with Idrises is not a problem. Maybe velocity. I mean, that's one possible solution. I don't know. Yeah, it changes the equation if you can buy the crew too and just solo run a fleet, basically. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely changes the equation. Yeah, exactly, Griff. Enough time, the game's going to have thousands of Idrises. 100%. How about Android NPCs that need to recharge constantly so they consume a ton of reactor power? I already said I think if the NPCs are androids, I think we can make that work because you just make them susceptible to E-War, and now you have a counter. You have counterplay. That's all we need for the automated AI-driven ships. Like that's what we need to make human ships more desirable. If all the NPCs on your ship can be wiped out with an EMP pulse, you're gonna run the humans. I don't want to pay to win. I just choose to spend my midlife crisis funds on virtual starships instead of cars or affairs. I'm in the same boat, Griff. I don't want to pay to win either, but I mean, for me, it's been kind of like, I don't know. It's really no different than buying Magic the Gathering trading cards, right? I mean, these are digital, obviously. I spent a lot of money on Magic the Gathering. And those cards are sitting in my basement collecting dust. Now, they do have value. But me spending money on Star Citizen has very much been twofold for me. One, it's cool to have access to those things. But two, I'm supporting the development of a game. I genuinely believe in the business model of CIG, and I genuinely believe that this crowdsourced funding is the only way out of the pile of shit that AAA Studios has us in. I am not content with the state of gaming, and me spending on these ships is both a way of me getting something cool to look at, and also a way of helping the industry out of its mess. That's been my at least what I'm telling myself. Very true. I just think we should have had more limited access to these ships to begin with, but that troll, yeah, definitely out of the box. Number of capital ships to people willing to crew worries me. Yeah, well, I mean, it just means you can get back in the action faster, I guess. NPC crew are snobs and will only work on capital ships and refuse to do any important roles. Love it. I'm not concerned with pay to win, but I do feel the monetization must change with 1.0. Limited exclusivity period would be bad at that point. I agree, Kendall. I don't know that ship sales will stop, but I sure hope they do. I have gone on and on about all the ways that I think they could monetize the game after 1.0 that would be healthy and still make a ton of money. A lot of people that have been here have heard my opinions countless times, so I'm not going to repeat them, but I think I actually have a video. There's actually a video on my channel, kiddo. I don't know. I forget what the title of it is, but where I talk about those ways. When you get older, though, the only avenue in certain adventures will only be pay to win. Sucks, because I'd rather play the games, but depending on the game, I'm too old to win. Yeah, that's fair. Who needs that new car when you can buy Legatus, right? I still play Commander and MTG, but mostly just buy pre-con. Yeah, I never got into the pre-constructed decks, but I haven't bought Magic cards in a long time now. There was a resurgence in my household a couple years ago. Bought a bunch more, but yeah, mostly on hiatus. I don't have hardly any confidence about crowdfunding. There's been too many examples of it going wrong. Chronicles of Illyria, just recently AOC, caused me to have little confidence in crowdfunding. Yeah, but there's compelling examples too, Zero. Star Citizen, for one. Baldur's Gate 3. one of the best games ever made? Not entirely crowdfunded, but partially. But the games that led to Baldur's Gate 3 were crowdfunded entirely. All right, the original Divinity. It's just like any system, Zero. I think, you're going to have good examples and bad examples. This is just me. I would 100% be okay if they took away my pledge ships at 1.0 if it meant that the vision was reached. I'm here to support the project. I'm in the same boat as you, Wolf. I'd be fine if I got to enjoy them up until the 1.0 release, and then it was reset. The vision and what they're building is more important to me than anything I own. But if they took all my stuff away, they would have to commit to never selling another ship. I think concept sales will stop, but I think they will never stop selling flight-ready ships. Yeah, I mean, that's sad, but whatever. Cosmetics only, optional subscription monetization would be ideal. Yeah, I mean, megahertz, that's the kind of things optional sub. I want them to sell us in-game things like apartments. Sell me apartments. Sell me billboards. Let me advertise. Sell me access to like VIP lounges and spaceport. Let me feel important. That kind of shit. There's a bunch more, but those are just some of the ideas. Furniture. Things to decorate apartment. Anything that doesn't affect combat, all that shit. I'm actually not cool with cosmetic armor and weapons. I want to see all that removed, but I'm not going to get my way. NPCs are cowards that will take escape pod. If there's any sign of battle, I'm down with that. Any sign of PvP, I want them to stay there and help the PvEers. Star Citizen also has investors. There you go. SC is quite the exception, and while lots of outside observers can easily bring up 1 billion, multiple missed SQ 40 blah. So if I look at their point of view, I can kind of get it. Yeah, but the thing about skeptics, Zero, is that you can assume they're right until they're proven wrong. So, I mean, it's easy to be a skeptic of this project until you got to eat your words. So, we'll see. Only time will tell. I think Squadron 42 releasing this year would be... it's going to be something for some of those skeptics to reckon with. No, I'm not saying skeptics are off base. I mean, I'm a skeptical person. Certainly skeptical of this fast travel shit. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen on the Refundians Reddit whenever that ships. What the hell? I don't know how they're going to explain that one. They're going to have some explaining to do. I don't think selling ships is ever going away. Yeah. Short release window, yeah. I would really love to see no more window at all before it's available in game too. Biggest thing I worry about with ships is having to maintain an ever-growing library of ships that I hope they have good tools to manage it. Yeah, I've talked about that in one of my videos, Nuscabi, and I think it's that's definitely going to be a challenge. I don't know. It's easy to imagine them getting tools in place to help them manage that. It's not going to be the first digital application or service that has a lot of assets to manage. I mean, this has been done elsewhere in the industry, so tooling and standards and that kind of thing is the answer for managing an ever-growing library of complexity. They just have to get there. I don't think they're that mature yet in how they're handling it, but with enough money, they could develop that maturity. When do I think Squadron's going to release? I don't know. I'm assuming sometime around Christmas. Sometime in December is my guess. Just like, I mean, dude, any big CIG release has always been the week before they go on vacation, so I think that's a safe bet for Squadron. Release it, and then everybody leave the office. If I had to bet, that's where I place my bet, only because history repeats itself. This fast travel bit is comical, how easily it could be exploited. Yeah. Yeah. It would squash the scam argument if it's actually a good game. Come out and say, this is what happens when you take that time and don't cut corners. 100% Kennedy. It's going to be an interesting release because of GTA 6, right? You're going to have 2 AAA games coming out this year, maybe. I mean, we don't know if GTA 6 is actually coming out this year or not, but assuming it does, and assuming Squadron remains on track, 2 games developed very differently. I mean, they couldn't be further apart in how they came to market, but with very similar levels of fidelity. It's going to be really interesting. Especially if CIG lands anywhere close to or better than GTA and things like stability, performance, that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's going to be really interesting. I can't wait to dig into that closer to time once we actually have some data. I'm really hoping for a Summer Games Fest announcement. Yeah. December or October, yeah. My money's on December. November's GTA 6, well, I'm pretty sure... I don't know, man. It would take some balls to go head-to-head with GTA 6. I don't think they will, but... I don't think they need to beat it, though. I think, there's a lot of people worried about it coming out around the same time, but I think... I don't know. Something is telling me the hype for GTA 6 will not last nearly as long as people think it is. I think people are going to get over it a little bit quicker than people give it credit for. And so I think December will be a really good time for Squadron. Every GTA is always bug-ridden, exactly. Well, let's see. They've been polishing Squadron for a long time. I hope it pays off. I don't know, Griff. I don't know. I think they'll still go for it. No CitizenCon and no opportunity to have an announcement platform for Squadron kind of puts people nervous. I don't know that the attendance for CitizenCon is large enough for it to really make a big difference in Squadron's announcement. I think the social media blitz and campaign, and I would suspect we're going to get some TV ads. I think all that will dwarf anything that CitizenCon could have done. I hope the GTA 6 rumors are true and it's chock full of bad woke writing. That would be a boon for Squadron. Yeah, no shit. I mean, that's one thing that had me doubting the guaranteed success of GTA 6. It's just the way we've seen the whole industry go on these big releases, but I don't know. Rockstar has yet to step in mud like some of the other studios, so we'll see. Releasing new GTA 6, I think, would backfire horribly for them. I don't think so. I think it could, but I don't think it's a guarantee, Catalyst. I think... I think that it could work out well for them. Again, if the comparison is favorable in their favor, I think it could actually build more hype. I think people are overhyping GTA 6. What revolutionary tech and gameplay they're going to bring that will retain player interest. I mean, to be fair, Project GTA 5 has held on to player interest for quite a while. Now, as far as I know, GTA 5 retention has largely been on the PC and the private server modes that are there. I could be wrong on that. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but and GTA 6 is not releasing on PC right away, which is another reason. I don't know. The fact that it's just coming out on console, I don't know. I think Squadron would have had a more detrimental impact on Squadron if it came out for both. Nate, thank you for the follow, man. If Squadron does bad, it's not good for SC. Well, yeah, no, it has to be. It has to hit it out of the park, and CIG knows this. I think that's why they've been putting so much effort into the polish phase. What the hell's going on? We're chatting, dude. What the hell's going on with you? Speaking of sandboxes and private servers, I've been running a... Griff, you gifted again, bro? I cannot thank you enough, man. I owe you at this point. Owe you a beer or something, or I don't even know. Really appreciate it. Goop, goop, goop! Yeah, speaking of private servers, ride or die, brother. Yeah, hell yeah. Speaking of private servers with GTA 5, I've been running a private server for Conan Exiles. Anybody see they released the Unreal Engine 5 version of Conan Exiles? Been pretty pleasant to play through. I have not played Conan Exiles since it very first came out on PlayStation. I don't even know, like it was like 10 years ago at this point or something. So I'm playing through it again for the first time since then, and it feels kind of all new. And yeah, we got a bunch of people from the community area. We got maybe 45-ish. Oh, we might even be up to 50 people playing now. Will I play a Pac-Man MMO? No. Conan update runs well, looks nice. Yeah, it really does, man. It looks great. Yeah, we got about, I don't know, 45, 50 people playing. We're doing like a 2-faction server with some PvP and shit. It's been a lot of fun. Way better than the Oblivion. Okay, I gotta fix that once and for all. Thank you for the sub, Nat. I really appreciate it, dude. Way better than I mean, I didn't even try the Oblivion remaster. The other thing for Squadron 42 is too much hope is riding on it, I think. It's absolutely going to be judged by the public at large of what does $1 billion get you. Comparing it to a flawless gem. What flawless gem are they comparing it to, Catalyst? Because I do not expect GTA 6 to be a flawless gem. Not having sitcom give CIG breathing room around a release day? Yeah, for sure. I think it was smart of them not to do sitcom this year. They got I got a lot going on, and if you think about it, the effort that is going to have to go into the marketing and media campaign for a Squadron launch is probably going to be far more than what went into CitizenCon Direct last year. CR is going to be on stage with SGF. What's FGF? It'd be really funny if someone was interviewing Gary Oldman and had Cone remind him, but VO, I'm okay. Think about GTA, is it a major title that normies know about? Yeah, definitely. But the way that games reach normies has definitely changed a lot since it did, in the past 10 years. And I do think that there is a lot of awareness of Star Citizen and Squadron within the content creation circles. And I don't think that any content creator is going to miss out on the opportunity to cover Squadron's release. And so I definitely think it's going to get out there. I don't think it's going to be as big of a splash as GTA 6, but I don't think it needs to be. GTA 6 will be early 2000s Saudi Arabia, only male characters. What the hell's going on? Yeah. I'm on the fence about AM5 platform upgrade, but with DDR5 prices, it's going to drive me into 3 to 4K. Jeez! SitCon usually seems to be kind of filler a lot of time and things that are planned in the future, and I just don't have an appetite for it anymore. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting because they're taking this year off, right? So next year will mean it will have been 2 years since we had a SitCon, and in that time we will have gotten Squadron 42 and multiple very large ships from Star Citizen, as well as many new systems. I don't know. I think they're definitely positioning themselves for next year's CitizenCon to be a pretty significant event. I'm looking forward to that. I'm totally fine with taking a year off. CitizenCon presentations or demos probably take months to create. Yeah, makes sense to not bother with it this year. Yeah, that's my point. You could be spending all that time on your marketing campaign for the Squadron release, and a lot of times whenever you're like comparing like the multiple priorities that a company could be working on, it's very common to say like, well, you can't criticize them for releasing this feature over the one you wanted. It's not like if we took these people off this team, it would make this one go faster because they're different skill sets and blah, blah, blah. But whenever it comes to the skill sets around creating and marketing CitizenCon versus doing a campaign for Squadron 42, those probably are heavily overlapping skill sets. So I can see them, I can see why they did it. CitizenCon features a lot of devs. Always fine letting them cook instead of stressing them out. Yeah. That too. GTA gets regular news coverage though, for sure. Yeah, like I said, Turska, absolutely, I don't expect Squadron to get as big of a media splash as GTA 6, but again, I don't think it has to. I think it's going to reach plenty of people, and if it does reach plenty of people, it can reach far more beyond that just through networking, right? I mean, once upon a time, that's how GTA spread. GTA 5 was certainly a bigger splash than GTA 1 and 2. I'm not worried about GTA 6. I don't think there's enough of a collision between both games. That's where I'm at, Zero. I don't think there's as much crowding as people are expecting. Caster. Hello, space people. Jared said it takes about 2 months for dev time to prep for CitizenCon the other year. Holy shit. That's very significant. Marketing should just give a copy to Asmongold and pay him to play it. Well, Asmongold, he covered the Squadron demo that they gave 2 years ago. He covered that whole demo on his channel. I think he even watched the Star Engine video. So his audience got exposed to it. And at the time, he said he was looking forward to playing Squadron, so I fully expect him to play Squadron even without them giving him a copy. What's the success metric? Blah. What's the success metric for Squadron 42 on CIG's eyes? I have no idea, man. That's a good question. Shit. But yeah, I wanted to quickly look at this online technology release because there was quite a bit in here that I thought was good, and then I should hop over and help the team with their trees. There was a whole lot in this monthly report. I'm sure most of you have already read it by now. A lot of it was just like, yeah, made sense. Okay. The online technology section, though, I thought was interesting. Let's just go through it real quick. In Montreal, the Live Tools team completed various improvements to the internet tools to keep Star Citizen operations and developers running smoothly. So there was a major focus on Hex, the team's player investigation platform. So this was cool. This was all about like basically their customer support division and how they investigate player claims and player account issues and all that kind of stuff. It's cool to see that they're putting focus onto that, but that's not really the thing that caught my eye. It was cool to see what the names. I hadn't heard the name Hex before or Panic Switch, so it was interesting to learn those names. Or Bootstrap. Bootstrap is the tool that helps developers run local environments. The team finished user research interviews and journey mapping. This is a whole bunch of like corporate jargon that I hear all the time whenever like you have a team that is starting to explore whether you should tackle something or how you're going to do it. Like, oh yeah, we're going to go out and we're going to do our user interviews and all this stuff. So it sounds like they're actually in pretty early phases of whatever they're doing with Bootstrap here, but which is a total revamp from the sounds of it. So, but it's cool. I wish we could get eyes on exactly how this works, but that's what they call their developer tooling that allows the developer to pull this shit down and run it all locally on their laptop. I can't even imagine running the entire Star Citizen universe on a laptop. It's cool that it can, but makes me wonder, like, what size of laptops are they developing on? The database sharding was very interesting, yeah. That was one of the parts that caught my eye, Kennedy. Alongside these improvements, the whole team contributed to ongoing maintenance across Hex, Bootstrap, blah, blah, blah. This part freaking killed me, dude. Resolving dozens of standalone bugs and smaller requests, the team also completed work to unblock the editor team by delivering key Jira integration features. I'm sorry, CIG developers, that you guys use Jira. It's only one of the worst freaking ticketing platforms on the planet. I'm very sorry to hear that. Everybody, please. You know, think of the poor CIG devs tonight whenever you're getting ready for bed, and the fact that they have to wake up and use Jira on Monday. They also use MS Teams. Oh my god, it gets worse. Those poor guys and gals. Anyway. Also, I also have to wonder, like, who was the person that thought this was a really cool update to put on to put on the monthly report. Like, oh, let's tell all the backers about our new Jira integration. I'm sorry. It's just one of them things. I'm sure some manager asked for an update, and these guys provided it. I'm like, all right, asshole, you want an update? Here. Let them hear about our Jira integration. Lotus Notes. Yes. Let's get some Lotus Notes up in here. For weirdos like us to actually read this. I had to deal with Jira at work. Enforced over MS Teams from Slack was painful enough. Oh god, dude. I'm so sorry to hear that. Slack's gotten pretty bad too, but MS Teams is a whole nother level of bad. Oh man. Spring is slowing down. Oh, I'm sorry. As spring is slowly dressing the trees, the live tools team is positioned to continue driving meaningful improvements to the tools that support Star Citizen development and live operations. Sorry, my eyes are burning again. Holy shit, guys. Every time I friggin' laugh, it starts to burn. In April, the online services team completed work on lazy inventory creation and inventory ID enforcement. These make the game's items and inventory systems more reliable for players. We heard about the lazy inventory creation a few times before. It's basically just a performance optimization that allows them to not instantiate inventory in an area until like the box is opened or something to that effect. Definitely a good optimization considering, and I think they even talked about this on one of the SCLs. I do not love tequila. Zinli loves tequila. But like, player walks into an area and there's very few chests or loot crates that they actually interact with. The ones they do, they just instantiate the things on that whenever the player goes to interact with it. It's a very good performance optimization to make. Social features pipeline advanced with chat actively in development alongside other features. This was one of the things that caught my attention as I was reading through this section. With chat actively in development alongside other features such as friends, online presence, and party viewer, all queued up as upcoming deliverables. Music to my ears. The social work has begun. There was a recent interview with CR where he said that social tools was a top priority for Benoit, so we knew it was in flight, but there's a couple things there, right? So chat is already in development. I hope it's a complete freaking rework. I'm sure it is. The current UI is terrible. All they really need to do is copy World of Warcraft from 2004, and it will be a huge upgrade from what we have. But alongside other features such as friends, imagine being able to add a friend directly in the game instead of going out to Spectrum. That'll be nice. I think we might be able to do that from the main menu now, but we still can't do it in the game. So I'm looking forward to that. Online presence. That'll be interesting. And party viewer. We can kind of do that right now through the chat UI. Kind of weird. I wonder if this means like HUD. Like a HUD level party viewer. I don't know how I would feel about that actually. But all good shit. It's supposed to be a Spectrum post on desync. I know, I'm still waiting on that. As usual, the team continued to provide ongoing support for Mission System 1.0, addressing design requests around instance operations, per cycle item limits, and contract advertisements. Contract advertisement behaviors in instanced environments. Interesting, but I don't have any strong opinions or anything to really add to that. But this next paragraph, work on a global database sharding service was completed. This behind-the-scenes improvement is aimed at making the game's infrastructure more scalable as the player population grows. The team engaged closely with QA to build a new tracking dashboard for long-term persistence bugs. thus improving visibility and response speed for the live game. Early design and discovery work also began with crafting and refining systems. Across all these efforts, OST remained focused on stability, player experience, and preparing the systems that will power Star Citizen in the future. So, for anybody who is not aware, the global database is different from the entity graph. So, Star Citizen has probably many persistence layers, right? But two of the primary ones that we interact with on a regular basis are the entity graph and the global database. The global database is, well, let's first talk about the entity graph. The entity graph is the graph database that is the graph database that holds everything that is active in the Star Citizen universe, right? So the med pen on your hip, the gun on your back, the backpack you're wearing, everything inside your backpack, your ship, everything on your ship, all of that stuff's in the entity graph, right? That's all in the entity graph database. The global database is for things, this is my understanding. Anybody who understands better can correct me if I'm wrong, but the global database is for things that are not instantiated into the universe. So, stowed things go to the global database. Reputation, things like that. They all go to the global database. And there's quite a lot of these things, right? Anything that is kind of like streamed out, residing in the global database, etc. Now, so, and I actually don't even know what technology they are using. I don't know if this is, like Cassandra, maybe, or Postgres, or a huge-ass Redis cluster. It's hard to know. I don't know if they've advertised what the actual underlying technology here is, but some people might not know what they mean by sharding. So I just wanted to do a diagram real quick. I'm drawing a total blank on the tool I like to use. Been too long since I used it. That's it. Scoundrel. There was my old thing I was talking about on the crafting. But anyway, this is actually pretty simple to conceptualize. So today they have something like this. Alright, so, and then you have your game server up here. And this is the global database right here. And anything that the game server could possibly need from the global database is being retrieved from this one thing. And so what sharding does is exactly how it sounds. It creates a bunch of shards of this thing. And now your game server is reading from all of them. The interesting thing here is, like, how does it do this? How does it know which one to go grab? There's a couple ways of doing this. CIG could be, and they didn't really specify in the article, so I'm wondering this myself. I would love to know. Because you could either do something like this, where you put a little decision maker in the middle, and now your game server is requesting information, you know, what ships are stowed, what's available at this hangar, whatever, from this thing, and this thing figures out which database to go to for that information. Say you're your game client wants to know what ships are stowed at Port Tressler. This little thing would figure out which shard it needs to go to, or maybe which multiple shards it needs to go to get the information that you're asking for. The other way to do this is that the game client itself has a predictable algorithm, and it knows, like, based on the thing I'm looking for, like it can compute an ID or something like that, and then it runs that through a little equation algorithm function, and it computes the shard. And in that scenario, the game client goes directly to it. This method is more performant because there's less hops, and the client is going directly to the data source, but it comes with the downfall that any changes to that logic, like if you want to add more databases or whatever, any change to that would have to be propagated to the game server, which complicates your rollouts and your deployments and all that kind of thing. So a lot of teams actually go with that kind of middle approach, where you have like a shard director that sits between the client, especially if you have more than one client, right? Like, obviously the game server depends on the global database. Does anything else depend on the global database? Will future weather services do it, or whatever constellation of services that CIG has? Like, the more of those clients that you add, the more value that kind of shard director adds, even though it does negatively impact performance generally, just because of additional hops on the network. Anyway, real quick overview I wanted to give of that little sharding update for anybody who wasn't sure what that was all about or why that was good. Now, obviously, why do you want to shard it? Capacity. You can you gain a lot more bandwidth, right? Like, as your population grows, you're making more and more requests to that database. Eventually, you're going to reach a point where that one global database is not going to keep up with the demand, unless you continue to vertically scale it, which is what companies like Oracle specialize in or used to. But these days, horizontal scaling is the way that you scale increased demand like that. You just add more databases. So we can expect that to be just another in the long line of optimizations and work that CIG is doing to make our experience like more consistent. I was on a Space Tomato podcast a while back, and he asked me, changes like this, like how do we see them in the verse? Like, how are they going to affect us? And sadly, the answer is not much at all. The biggest way that we perceive these things is two: capacity and performance. Like, things should perform more consistently as they roll out things like this. And two, you should unlock additional capacity for things like increasing player counts. And it's interesting that they said that as player population grows, right? It's interesting that they use that term, because gaining capacity like that is definitely one thing, and I shared that with Space Tomato too, like population or player cap, or is definitely a way that we could see the effect of these types of changes. And we all know that, I think they've said that this year they want to increase the player counts further, right? And so this is the kind of work that would precipitate that. Now, they've also been talking a lot about advances, like the last weekly report, or maybe the one before that. They talked a lot about some of the more advances in the whatever that middle road they're calling dynamic server meshing, the quasi-dynamic server meshing, right? They talked about advances in that. So that, combined with things like this, is definitely going to be unlocking higher player caps. So I would expect that we're going to see, what's the current cap? Like 700? Is it 700 per shard right now? Yeah, something like that. I would definitely expect that we're going to see that rising through the end of the year. Network team progressed with a system to manage how players' persistent in-game data, such as inventory and progression, is updated and preserved across several different versions patches. This ensures that nothing is lost when the game evolves. Cool. This has been an ongoing problem, which Benoit talked about. It sounds like they're starting to see some Things come to fruition there. Significant round of improvements to server meshing was merged into the main. Okay, so they're talking about it here too. These updates replace older components with newer, more capable versions that are better equipped to handle the demands of dynamic connected universe. So yeah, I mean, things like that, things like this, they're all collaborating on raising those player counts for us, which is cool. Officially, it's like 600, but Benoit said some shards have higher counts for testing. I was going to say, I've been on shards that I know were at least 700. Are there some database brand flavors that they're definitely not using in game dev, or it really depends on... They could use any type? Yeah, Casper, they could use any type. I mean, they could literally use anything. It's hard to say what they would use. There's a lot of momentum around, you know, Cassandra for that type of workload, but also just simple things like Redis. I would imagine they want something with strong in-memory support. I would imagine they want an in-memory database just for the demands that gaming places on performance on your systems like this, so it wouldn't surprise me if they wanted something like Redis. I don't know what all the new fancy memory first database techs are out there, but hopefully they tell us someday. Significant is an interesting word choice. Yeah. Oh, significant, yeah. It is. Sounds like they're refactoring basically all the components, so I don't know what exactly those components are. On the live game front, the team tracked down causes of out-of-memory crash, affecting replication layers, hybrid service. Another big one. Hotfix was deployed and stability improved, though the team is keeping a close eye on the situation. I wonder if this was maybe some of the issues behind the input lag I was seeing last time I was on, man. Holy crap, it was bad. I think a lot of people were saying it early on in the 4.7 cycle. Any kind of meltdown in the hybrid service layer would definitely cause things like that. And work is also ongoing to resolve client disconnection error that some players have been experiencing. Cool. Yeah, I wanted to go through the online technology there real quick. Cool shit in there. Hopefully that was helpful. I miss anything? Anything that stand out to anybody else I missed? Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna start firing up Conan. Like I said, I've been playing that. There wasn't a whole much else in this report that really caught my eye, though. Other than the online technology section, it was pretty business as usual. Although I didn't check out the ships. I feel like I know what's coming in the ships line. I didn't really. Yeah, I can't wait to play with the Caterpillar on Monday. So Monday we get the new shit, right? Monday is fatter pillar. Yeah. Pumped. I'm pumped for the old Caterpillar, man. I can't wait to test out the module attaching. But I'm also very, very pumped to check out my Ironclad. Are they bringing out both versions? Is it the cargo and the assault version of the Ironclad coming out on Monday? Yeah. Nice. You got them both, Griff? Nice. I have the cargo variant with an upgrade option. I wasn't sure which one I'd want. The Iron Chad's coming too. Yeah. I should have. I'm like that subscriber tier that gets all the ships for like a couple days whenever they come out. So I should have both in my hangar on Monday to check out, and then I will decide. If not, I'll just have to borrow somebody's assault and decide. Oh, you only have the assault? Might consider trying the base model, my sub, yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I have the, I'm in the reverse situation. I only have the cargo, but I'm gonna check out the assault with the sub, and then if I have to upgrade, because it's that much better, I will. Did we ever get confirmation that the assault has the top door that opens? I remember that being a debate. I don't know if it was ever... Oh man, I want the Liberator 2 Velocity. I have that in my hangar. What the hell's the Tiburon? I don't even know what that is. Oh, the laser hammerhead. I don't know about that. I have a regular hammerhead. I don't know if I could trade that up or not. I might trade that up if I can. Enya type music with Celine Dion about the busting? Are we? You guys hear music? Oh yeah, PAX Day. Sorry, I'll turn that down. My game sounds are louder for you guys than it was me. Nah, it's PAX. I was launching it in the background. Hammerhead is the Hammerhead variant. It only has 4 turrets instead of 6. They do look bigger, but the big thing, the middle section replaced with a spinal mounted laser beam. The Idris, likely smaller. Yeah, I don't know. They also brought the Hammerhead up to gold standard though, right? So slightly cheaper to prevent people from updating their Hammerhead hauls? Yeah, I bet. That would be a smooth move. I'm excited to see the gold standard pass on the Hammerhead. I'll check that out. I have that. That would piss so many people off. It really would. I hope they don't do that. Dude, Hammerhead interior lighting, it definitely is. I'm not leading tonight, so I don't have to be bouncing between comms and silent on here, so you can just, I can stay engaged while I'm playing for a change. Got somebody else leading tonight. Hopefully you can just watch me kill some people. We only got an hour left on trees, so. After this, for some really exciting shit, I could show you my Conan base. I wish the new ships were out already. I'd log in and check out those, man. I can't wait. Oh, maybe I'll live stream that on Monday. My first entry into those new ships, man. I'm so pumped for them. I want to check out the oops, out of stamina. I want to check out, I think I have them all. I want to check out the remaster on the Hammerhead. Yeah, I will, Project. I'll stream it on Monday. We'll stream checking out the new ships together. I want to check out the remake on the Hammerhead. I want to play with the Caterpillar command module, detach, attach. I want to see the Hammerhead rework. That's up to gold standard. And then we got to check out the Caterpillar and the Iron Chad. Shit, there's gonna be so much to check out. We'll do it. It'll be fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that now. As soon as they drop, I'm gonna be. I'll stream it, whatever time that is. Late stream on Monday. That's fine. I'll be waiting as soon as it drops. So you'll know as soon as those ships drops. You can find me here. We'll check them out. Can you build a spaceport, bar, casino, strip club yet? Not yet. Hopefully by the end of the year. Yes, someone else need to call out those pesky trees to be called. Yeah. We've been getting a good bit of action out here, Griff. Been spicy, but it's hit or miss, man. It's like I'm sure the Eve people know all too well. Like spend all your time getting ready for a fight, and then it never happens. PAX is like that. Either happens or it don't. Seems like most times I'm getting the fights, I'm not streaming now. Maybe they're scouting me out in here and avoiding us. Nice catching the stream from you off the bed. Keep up the great time. Thanks, Kendall. Really appreciate you being here, man. Can't say enough how much I appreciate everybody's support. All the subs and the gifts, Griff. Thank you. All the subs from everybody else. Gunny, I missed your follow, man. Really appreciate it, dude. I turned down my volume too far now because it was blowing my eardrums out, and then I missed it. But yeah, and Nate, I really appreciate your sub. Matt Fernandez, appreciate your sub. Going back through, I really appreciate it. Got a lot of support tonight. I can't express enough how much I appreciate it. Very incentivizing. Where are you at, Zinley? I'll try to be here. These Warhammer models won't build themselves. So, what kind of Warhammer do you play, Griff? You play like the miniature table stuff? it looks so damn cool. I've never had the pleasure of playing it, but it looks really cool. I don't know what that means. 30K, 40K. Is it like a tabletop kind of like war game mode? You're just saying, Boda can't get into tabletop tactics, just not my cup of tea. I do like some tabletop RPG games. Me too, man. That's my background. I spent a lot of time in tabletop RPGs. Army v Army, got it. Oh shit, what's this? Is this friends? Yeah, okay. What tabletop RPGs, Noscavian? Age of Sigmar is a separate but fantasy themed take on the... Gotcha. Thank you so much for the sub, Rostistan. And the follow. Really appreciate it, dude. I think we're at some kind of record for support tonight. I appreciate it so much, guys. I don't have one of those counter things, but I feel it. I played, the only Warhammer I ever played was the tabletop role-playing game. And I played the fantasy version of that. Oh man, Shadowrun. I love Shadowrun, dude. Oh, you started with D&D and Pathfinder? Yeah, I played a lot of D&D. A lot of, I played Dragonlance. I know a lot of people were into Forgotten Realms. I was always a big Dragonlance fan, dude. I read all the Dragonlance novels. The Raceland, the Magier brothers, and, the Dragon series. Man, I forget what it was called now. Like the Dragons of Twilight and all those. I read that whole series, and then I read the all the Tannis. There was a Tannis book. Riverwind, the Barbarian. The Dark Elf. What was his name? Oh, what the hell was his name? Tannis was the good elf. And he was part of the party that you followed through the Dragon of Autumn and Twilight series. But he had his own book too. And then oh shit, I'm drawing a total blank on the Dark Elf's name. Actually, never mind. The Dark Elf, I don't think was Dragonlance. He was Forgotten Realms. Drizzt Do'Urden. Yeah, he had a 2-book series, I think I read. But man, my favorite novels were the Magier brothers, the one that followed Raceland's story as he like rose up and battled the gods. That was a great series. Anyway, that's the D&D I played, and then I went to a bunch of other. I went to like Stormbringer. I don't know if you've any read those books, Michael Moorcock books. I love that, and then Shadowrun, and I stayed on Shadowrun for a long time. Also played a little bit of Rifts, but I love the Shadowrun universe. A lot of Shadowrun players that I know did not enjoy the Netflix Bright movie, but I thought it was great. I know it was a total ripoff, and it sounded like they didn't get the credit they deserved for that ripoff. But it was just cool to actually see a take of that style on screen. That said, I wish it was done better. Oh, World of Darkness, and I played that stuff a lot too. Vampire the Masquerade. I played a lot of Vampire the Masquerade. I mean, we're going back 30 years now, but 25, I think, most recently. Why can't I get into Cyberpunk? Because it's not an MMO. Yeah, I can't do single player. I don't play Cyberpunk either. Always wanted to like play a game themed that way, but man, I just love multiplayer. Yeah, Drizzt, very popular character. He was awesome. Your current runner's named Jason, and he's a rigger? That is freaking amazing, dude. That would also be a good name for a decker. Never got into the old world fantasy as much, but enjoyed the 40k 3rd edition. After 21 years, I'm diving back in and enjoying the heck out of a tactile field mod. That's awesome, dude. I was sad too that I didn't ever do a follow-up. It was a great movie. Give you a very in your face, like, this is what the world of Shadowrun would look like, you know? Yeah, Bright Hat Will Smith. Yep. Not watching anything with Slap Smith? What the hell, man? I don't care about the drama between two fucking Hollywood rich assholes. I'll watch this shit. Yeah. I do like the tabletop RPG stuff on Twitch. Mondays are Shadowrun and Tuesdays are Vampire, and in like a month or two, I'm going to start Cosmere on Tuesdays. Oh wait, you do tabletop on Twitch? Shit, dude. Let me check it out. Give me your post your Twitch handle or whatever. I'll copy it and check it out sometime. Nice, dude. I'm making a note of it. Don't forget. All right. I can't divorce his mediocre acting ability versus being an idiot in real life. I mean, yeah, I can see how people think that's not real life. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I can't. I can't see that as real life. Anybody who's that rich and famous is their real life experience is much different than mine. Nothing against them. Vampire ST is the guy who started the channel. Nice. Man, I had the very first edition of Vampire the Masquerade. It was such a cool like departure on rules from the other tabletops I was playing at the time. Like it was like a D10 heavy system, right? I guess it wasn't a complete departure because it actually wasn't all that different from the Shadowrun system, which was D6 based, but with dice pools like that. But both were like I think I started playing those around the same time because it just kind of felt novel when you were coming from a D20 system. No, I never did any LARP. No, I was never into that. Never knew anyone play the tabletop version? Oh yeah, I played a lot of it. I played quite a bit of the World of Darkness stuff because we also played the they had a one set in like the fairy universe or something, which was Fae. I forget what they called them now. It was very dark though. It wasn't like the kind of fairies that you might think of whenever you think of a fairy. It was very kind of a very dark and sinister campaign. Mage, yeah, I forgot about that. Changeling, yeah. That was it. There was a really cool RPG I played that reminded me a lot of the World of Darkness, but I don't think it was made by the World of Darkness people. It was called Immortal. You actually played a god. It was a very interesting. It was very similar to Vampire the Masquerade, and that you were playing a being that was far more powerful than kind of the general population. But that was a cool one. Never got into LARP because the folks who played at my local LGS 20 years ago all wore black trench coats and reeked of weeds. I never took them too seriously. In my opinion, the CFD changeling is better than... What is COFD? Can't remember. Oh, I don't... That must have been after my time. I never heard of that. Gotcha. Oh, I forgot about that. CCP did try to turn Vampire into a game, didn't they? Did it ever ship? There was a Vampire the Masquerade game, computer game that shipped. I don't think it was the CCP one. It shipped, I want to say, early 2000s. And I remember being so freaking excited to play it because it supported a game master mode and a player mode, so you could have like a live GM in it. We had a huge LAN party set up. I had a bunch of friends come down to my apartment. It was my first apartment I was living in. We must have had, I don't know, 6 or 7 PCs, not counting mine, all set up to play this thing together, and it was a piece of shit. It was not fun at all. I forget why. I can't even remember why. I just remember it was a total letdown. Let me see if I can look it up. Yeah, here it is.
It is a world of darkness.
What the hell's that? Oh, it was 2000. Yes, this was it. Okay, I don't remember the graphics being that bad looking.
Take care outside the gates of the city, good Sir Knight, for all those that wander the highways alone after nightfall.
Beware the mines, Crusader.
We lock these gates as the last rays of the sun die.
Wow. I don't remember it being that bad. But it doesn't look that as bad as I remember either. Maybe it was just the multiplayer that sucked. What was Bloodlines? I don't think it was Bloodlines.
Okay. The cameras.
Hello, LA. You're
Barrett, and we're then shown the ropes of this new world that we're introduced to.
Nah, it wasn't this. I don't think so.
Now, I've only been to LA a couple times. My calls herself as the voice.
I'll tie her eyelashes to her ass.
Maybe it was Bloodline. I'm trying to think. 2004. Nah, it would have definitely been the 2000 one. Yep. Being a very bad teammate at the moment. Perfect audio clip from Vix tonight for a soundboard? Hell yeah. Did we whoop their ass at all tonight, Zen? Which one did you play? Bloodlines or the other one, Griff? Okay, I'm being told to watch a clip on stream here, so... Oh, I'm getting some pretty cool screenshots from our Star Citizen crew. Very nice. Oh, we got another Idris from it looks like. Or another Polaris. From Wicklow. Very nice. Congrats, team. Wonder who got that one.
Guys, I think yeah, they are
Here we go.
coming.
Coming from the north, sorry.
Actually, hold on a second.
Okay, let's group up and
Yeah,
try to see their numbers.
I'm pushing south.
All right, this is our opponents tonight, I guess. Let's see what's happening here.
Guys, I think yeah, they are coming.
Coming from the north, sorry.
Yeah, they're moving in from the northeast. Yep, 100%. They're going Malaga.
Okay, let's group up and try to see their numbers.
I'm pushing southeast.
They're on me. Turn around, go to. Oh shit. How many?
That's us in the red.
It's two groups for sure. I'm already dead. How about that? Yeah, get out of there. Get out of there.
Okay.
There is more than two groups. That is like the raid. Okay.
What? Well, it was fun while it lasted, guys.
I died in like 3 seconds.
Welcome to Unhinged, guys.
Coming from the north, sorry.
Yeah, they're moving in from the northeast. Yep, 100%.
Good fights. Appreciate you standing and fighting.
Let's group up and try to see their numbers.
I'm already dead. How about that?
They're on me. Turn around, go to. Oh shit. How many? It's two groups for sure. I'm already dead. How about that? Yeah, get out of there. Get out of there.
Okay.
There is more than two groups. That is like the raid. Okay.
What?
Let's get that on a t-shirt.
Guys.
I died in like 3 seconds.
Guys, I think they are.
Let's get that on a t-shirt. Hell yeah. That's a good idea. I'm already dead. How about that? Catch me outside. Well, hopefully they come back for another fight. Think they will, Zenly? Maybe not after that. bummer. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wolf, I'm trying really hard not to fall off these cliffs. Anyway, Griff, which of those vampires did you play? Did you play the Bloodlines or the other one? Oh shit, that's too steep. Buy a break, then a mead large. Yeah, I'm getting in position on a mead early. Oh, fuck, I need food. The other one, yeah, I played the other one too. Watching them in the video, it didn't look actually all that bad, but for some reason, man, it did not. We did not have fond memories of that. It must have just been the multiplayer. Maybe it was all borked up. Because, like, it was supposed to have a multiplayer mode with a game master. But I just remember it just not working well at all. You can invite me, Zen. Gotta hide behind this here rock. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Monday now. It's gonna be sweet. I'm gonna take a quick bio break while we're sitting here waiting for this tree to spawn. That way, after we get those woods secured, anybody who wants to stick around and see my house in Conan, we'll check that out. You could get into packs if it was a bit more high fantasy, magic, etc. It was like Ashes of Creation. Ugh, what AOC could have been? Oh man, I know. So depressing. Off cam for a second, I'm just eating a quick snack. Very depressing about Ashes, man. What technical solution you working on? Yep. Yeah, I've been using multiple, really since week 2. I have just one do the bulk of the work, and then I have a bunch of others review it. Been working pretty well for me. I spent a good time. I spent a good bit of time doing ETL and BI type stuff. I worked for a company that did a lot of click view for its BI tool. Thanks, Griff. Have a good evening, man. Hope to see you Monday. Oh man, Zero. Your story sounds like the beginning of every great project I've ever been on. We have no influence over the upstream. What we need to do is... Way it goes. One minute. House of Cards is the perfect analogy for that type of shit. Oh shit. Yeah, man. I always thought, like, back in the early stages of my career, I always thought if I could just reach the next level, you know, maybe I'll have a little bit more influence. I'll be able to control this thing. And it was like, oh, okay. It just seems like no matter where you get to, there's always somebody above you or some limitation that is just screwing shit up, man. It just feels like you can never quite get there, you know? And eventually it just becomes the customer. Dude, I'm so sick of Discord. I'm furiously working on my new system. There's this bot that my Discord server is very, very dependent upon to do anything. And just stopped working. I logged into their Discord for support today and put in a support. Nobody's responding to me. And you know, it's just basic shit. Because Discord lacks so much functionality, you need a bot for everything. And then the bots are obviously just ran by these third parties who are looking to make a buck. And then once the money starts rolling in, they just close up shop. What are you going to do? Now you need another bot that does the exact same thing the previous bot did. And you got to pay another set of fees to get that bot to do the same thing that your other bot. And it's just a freaking racket, dude. All because the program itself just doesn't do shit. Can't wait to see that. Appreciate that, Caster. I can't wait to show it. Yeah, no, Scabian, we do the same thing. Like even right now, I'm in both. Well, I'm not currently. Currently, I'm 100% dedicated to the stream. But if I were not streaming, Right now, I would be in both TeamSpeak and Discord. Like, TeamSpeak provides our nesting layer, and then most people are in Discord because they just don't have TeamSpeak installed, so we still use that as the default for, like, squad level comms, but the entire leadership structure that sits above a big force like this is all in TeamSpeak. I didn't build that house, cars, just contributed to it. Yeah. Senior exec's pressure for results ultimately goes all the way to the top of the capitalistic system, where you can't tell your shareholders you're not releasing a dividend this year because you need to give 0 Kelvin to fix all. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're absolutely right, Zero. Yeah, you have to be. If you get a bunch of people in Discord, it's too chaotic. You need that structured chat. Absolutely. I'm starting to think I'm at the wrong place. I don't see the damn tree. I thought it spawned right there. Maybe I'm just too high up. Is the render distance really that short? Yeah, it is. There he is. It just finally popped in. Holy shit, that's a short render distance. Should have stayed up there. I didn't realize nobody was on it. If a new platform fixes that in Oscavian, we'll be able to use single platform for everything. I just remembered that we had that conversation about World of Darkness before now, but I've said your name a few times. I think I told you that your name reminded me of Nosferatu, and you said that was part of the inspiration for it. Yeah, I always forget about the Malkavian. That was an interesting breed. I never played one. I never played Nosferatu either. I don't remember what I played. I played, Gangrel? That was one of them, right? I think that's what I played the most. Yeah, Pharaoh vibe. That's what I remembered. Yeah. Some other shit going on in the game right now, so I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on in this large. Oh, soggy pizza. Oh. I actually don't like crispy crust pizza. Well, I do if it's flat. Like if it's the thin crust flatbread, I love crispy there, but it's like the full original style pizza. I like it to be soft, but not soggy. I like it to fold nice and easy, you know? Really depends on what part of the country you're in. I don't know how it is over in Japan where you're at Zero, but over here it really depends on what part of the country, and it's so different from region to region. But here in the area that I'm in, I swear they make the best crust, and it is like soft and it's so good. And they make the sub rolls kind of out of the same. The sub rolls really come out the same way, kinda. So good. But you go just, you know, an hour north, it's totally different. Everybody raves about New York pizza, but I'm just, I don't think it's got anything on our area, our neck of the woods. Crusty outside, soft, chewy inside, exactly. Like flaky outside. I don't like it to be like... I don't like it to be rigid at all. Flaky on the outside, soft on the inside. That's how I like it. Well, again, unless it's thin crust. And I like it crispy. There's a shop around here that does a really good, well done thin crust. Oh, bang it. I don't really eat pizza anymore, but I still love it in my mind. The older I've gotten, the more my body has declared it does not like carbohydrates, and so I can't really eat anything fun or good anymore. And I don't like those vibe diets or anything. It's not that at all. Like purely blood work, data driven diet. And the way I feel, but yeah, my body fucking hates carbs. It cannot process it at all. Genetic, man. My dad's the same way. My body does very well with protein. New York sirloin steamed 300-gram slab with some mashed potatoes and broccoli. I do like steak. I can still eat a lot of steak. I got lamb chops for the grill tomorrow. For Mother's Day. Want some lamb chops on the grill. Marinade in the middle of the night. I got this great marinade we do. Oh yeah. Can't wait for that. No, it's we do shallots, garlic, fresh garlic, lemon, oregano, obviously oil, and pepper. I think that's it. It is hard to cook right. You can easily overdo it. But I think I've got it down. Everybody raves about it, at least. Or they're just being nice to me. I think we do use avocado oil. I have all the oils. I have avocado oil, olive oil. Veggie oil. I have it all, but avocado is my go-to. I honestly can't tell the difference between them. Any of them. You use oil on something, it doesn't taste any different to me. All good. I don't mind hearing about good food. The only thing I don't want to hear from you, Zero, is your ice cream habits. Very disturbing. Yes, I agree with that. Coconut oil sucks. I won't use that for anything. Bro. Steak dip pepper onion ice cream. Fucking terrible. Now you got me thinking, you ever have those like salt and pepper chips? Now I'm thinking like salt and pepper ice cream. Oh. Although I do love homemade ice cream. When you make it with the salt, you know what I mean? And you get that, like, that little bit of bleed over from the salt into the ice cream, and it's got that little saltiness to it. Oh, dude, you can't beat that. Yeah, coconut shrimp would work. Yeah, that's a good point. Coconut curry. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it would work for coconut dishes. I'm not that adventurous of a cook. I don't have too many things I make, so I don't have anything coconut based in my repertoire. Okay, you finally listed a good ice cream flavor, Zero. Oh, dude, Heath Crunch, that is my fave, I think. Well, I don't know. I like a good old just cookie dough, but Heath has got to be up there. I freaking love Heath. My favorite candy bar growing up was Score. Oh. And it was so great because nobody else really cared for them, so I got all the scores. And then, like, the ones everybody else went for, like, I couldn't stand, dude. I never liked Snickers or Three Musketeers. Oh, they all taste like crap to me. But Score, Kit Kat was alright. What else? Whatchamacallits for decent. And Mallow Cups, dude. I love Mallow Cups. Okay, Mounds. Almond Joy, actually. I loved Almond Joys. Coconut with the almond. Oh. Just straight up Mounds I would pass on, but with the Almond Joy, oh. I hated anything peanut butter. I was never into peanut butter, so like Reese's Pieces or peanut butter cups or any of that stuff, nah, I was out on all that. Dark chocolate Almond Joy. I think there was a special edition of that. Yeah, I think there was a special edition of that. I remember getting like one Halloween or something. But yeah, you can't normally get that. Yeah. Yeah, just realized my controls are not set up properly. That would suck if conflict broke out. It's the one bad thing of using like video over IP like I am. With all my games running on a remote machine. Well, it's a machine right beside my workstation, but I play from my workstation using the gaming tower. But the one downfall is like all the peripheral software, like my Azeron program and my Synapse program, like they can't detect the game I'm running to automatically switch the profile. I would have thought that like there would be Stream Deck plugins because I have a ton of Stream Decks. I would have thought there'd be a Stream Deck plugin I could get and just push a button to change profile on there, but nope. That would have been nice. But of course I had to ask. I'm baiting as hard as I can, Zenly. I'm even streaming the shit. Come on. But I asked Claude, I'm like, hey, can I work around this? And it came up with a pretty ingenious idea, so I'm going to try that, where I use Moonlight for my stream client, so I'm going to create different named shortcuts. And I should be able to use that to trigger different mouse and keypad profiles. I got to set that up. I got to remember to do that. I keep forgetting. It sucks having to go in and manually change them for every game I play. somebody mentioned earlier in the stream and I forgot to look. I thought they said Benoit made a post about the 4.8 patch. I never know how to find shit on this place. Oh, what's this? .8. Excited to announce support for the D-Box haptic system in the Star Citizen game client starting from tonight's. Group of passionate developers CIG got together. Yours truly included and fully geeking out to build our very first integration with the D-Box SDK and enable support for haptic systems. First of what will be a series of updates to our motion telemetry support. Motion-driven units that mount under your seat or rig. Each actuator can produce 2 types of output: physical movement, pushing the platform up and down. Okay. Wow. That's cool. Everything integrated so far is tuned for space and atmospheric flight. So you get ship engine rumble, directional G-forces, directional hits, missile launches, countermeasure launches, landing gear movement, decouple engagement, weapons and gun recoil, boost and afterburner, impact and explosions. Wow. Hitting the afterburner or boost gives you a real kickback. Firing weapons produces recoil that matches the output, and launching missiles. That's wild. I never thought I would be tempted to build a sim pit, but dude, I'm getting closer. That's wild. $10K? I'm not gonna do it yet, but when it hits 1.0, I might just splurge on one. But no, I'm not going to invest in more hardware for the game right now. I got enough. Just my stick setup was plenty pricey enough. Is that Benoit though? This Bog? Or is that somebody else? Nah, it must not be. Oh, it is Benoit. Okay. Cool. Maybe this is a post they were talking about earlier in the stream then. I still gotta watch the Chinese Bar Citizen. They have a video and a translated document from it. Anybody see it? I'd like to know if there's anything. I assume if there was anything groundbreaking, that we would have got a lot of coverage on it, but I didn't see anything. Dedicated peripheral team? Nice. You would think if any game could support such a team, it's this one. I've often wondered, like, how much of a surge companies like Virpal and some of the other ones saw as a result of Star Citizen. Kind of funny how, when you can kind of forget the knock-on effect of things like this and how they support other companies as well. I'm trying to think, like Virpal's space-oriented flight sticks. Outside of Star Citizen and Elite Dangerous, is there anything that would even promote the purchase of them? I can't think of anything. Got a private chat from Benoit? The hell? What the hell did you do? You get a scolding? Bitched and moaned? That checks out. I'm kidding. Oh, man. Look at us go. Got the backup coming in. Gotcha. He does have a lot. Yeah. No. I don't even know who Brian Chambers is. What role did he play? Not ringing a bell. Oh, this guy. Now I remember him. $11 years, damn. Yeah. Starting a dev team and growing it to 800 plus across 5 time zones is quite the undertaking. That guy looks familiar. Who the hell's that? I don't even know who Terry Bradshaw is. What's up, Fault? What mission did you do? Our org was missioning hard. We, what we get? We got, there you go. Picture of our newest, Polaris acquisition. Whoops. Group shot. I did that tonight. Few hundred, coping horns. Nice. There's the team. Different shot. Same ship. Go team. Few hundred coping horns. What do you need? What are you grinding coping horns for, man? Vandal ice cream with Wicklow sprinkles. Man, I still hate Wicklow. Some things never change. And it definitely wasn't well done me. Well done team. I didn't do shit. Yeah. It's almost done. Last tree. Ah, Wicklow missions, yeah. They love them coping horns. Just chopping my leg off, bro. What is what for? This wood? To sustain our fortresses out here in the PvP zone. I don't know why I love jumping around so much. It's the good physics? Yeah, maybe. But how'd the game run for tonight, Fault? Did you say the stability headed into 4.8 is pretty high? The servers are gonna have to work them cut out for them next week, man. Gotcha. You might not have been in here when I told the chat earlier, Fault, but I'm gonna do a live stream on Monday, I guess Monday evening, as soon as the new ships drop. I got a lot of things to check out on the new ships, so it'll be fun. In case you can make it. Get together, check out, I want to check out the changes to the Caterpillar, the command module, attach, detach. I want to check out the reworked Hammerhead, gold standard pass on that. I want to check out, obviously, the new Drake Iron Chad Assault and Fatterpillar. The cargo variant of the Ironclad. I feel like there was something else. I have not seen it yet tonight, Zinley. As soon as we get to where we're going, I'll teleport over there. I don't even know where we're going. I'm just following people. Have a good one, Caster. Thanks for being here for so long, man. Really appreciate it. I felt like there was another ship in there. I'm missing. Can't think of it now. Tree got dusted. What do you mean I can't say teleport without getting upset? I really can't. I mean, that's... Oof. I had almost forgotten about it, Carbod. Yeah. What, the live one from today, or the one I did yesterday? Yeah, it takes a lot to get me worked up, but that sure did. I'm not an easily angered person. I'm a pretty long fuse. I wouldn't even say anger was the right word. It was more, I don't know. I don't even know the word to describe that emotion. Other than the one I used at the time, which was just deflated, you know? I just felt deflated. Miffed. Yeah. What do you think about the whole thing, Carbode? You believe CR would squash that notion to a large degree? That is my hope, for sure. Sparrow here is the leader of our largest ally in PAX Day. Very good dude. Very bright side, Carbide. I was just saying, I'm going to do a live stream Monday night as soon as those ships drop. There's so much to check out. I think it's going to be worth getting together and hanging out and checking them out together. I want to check out the Iron Chad, the Caterpillar version. I want to check out the actual Caterpillar, the dispatchable command module. I want to check out the rework of the Hammerhead. I felt like there was something else, but I can't remember now. Should be fun. A lot of cool new stuff to see. Tiburon, yeah. That too. I did write my own essay, but I have suspended my intent to purchase it, pending more information on teleporting. If teleporting is even on the drawing board, I am not buying any more ships. Sorry. The only way we can vote is with our wallets, and I'll vote with mine. Oh, I was definitely interested in buying one, but I just can't justify it with such a big unknown hanging in the air that I feel that strongly about. I'm sure. I'm not sure, but I'm very hopeful that it works out. And it's just shut down, but I'm very much a, you know, just put your money where your mouth is guy. Well, I spend so freely on the things I support, but it doesn't make sense to me to spend freely on like, had they not like dropped this on us like right now, it would have been a different story. Yeah. Again, not that my one little essay matters all that much, but what was in the aggregate. All right, I gotta go check out Badon. Yeah, there's a cool new tower over here. Saw you watching the Salty Mike video. Opinions on EVE Online style mechanics with jump sinos. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Like if they want to bring in someday like super advanced endgame fleet mechanics where we can orchestrate large operations like that with you know, org deployed jump gates and that kind of thing, like I can get on board with that. There's counterplay to that. There is a significant investment and so on and so forth. But what I and you know, that's a huge orchestrated effort. What I don't want is casual fast travel. Once they get efficiencies and streamlining the experience down, it will help. Yeah, exactly. There's so much that'll help. It's once everything's behaving as it should, first try every time. Once the doors are opening quickly, maybe we don't have to wait for the ship elevators quite as long as we do. Once we can bring ground vehicles up the side elevators and bring everything up in one shot, load it all at once, and take off quickly. Once our inventories on our freight elevators aren't being reset every 2 months, and we just always have the stuff that we bought in our hangars, and we don't have to run the shops. Once we can trust the longevity of our ships, and we actually keep our ships stocked, and we don't even have to use the freight elevator every time we take off. We just get in our ship and go because it has everything. It has our suit lockers and our weapons racks and our ammos and all that stuff's in crates in the back, and it persists reliably across play sessions. Like, once we have all that, all this minutia that people are worried about it goes away, and we're left with a rapid rendezvous. You know, we don't need teleport. So anyway, I could go on and on about it, but not to mention log in, log out, right? They've committed to you log in where you log out. That alone would remove a lot of hassle and tedium. Base building should put all your friends you play with in the same area. Exactly. Base building helps. And some of this is on the players, right, Danther? Like, these players that want to play on opposite ends of the star systems and then say, well, we'd be able to get together really quickly. Like, no, you shouldn't. Like, don't be on opposite ends of the systems. Like, if you guys want to play together on a regular basis, like, choose a hub and work out of that hub. That's distance and locality matters. Like, we want people to like specialize in a certain area. We want this guy over here with his shop to be peddling his wares to people in that area. We don't want everything to be easily reachable to everybody, or your choices on where you operate and where you base out of. Like, none of that matters anymore. Do they not have like mass and warp speed and such? They have engines affecting warp speed. It's not nearly as advanced as Eve's warp mechanics. Let me access the location shops through my mobiGlass. No reason I shouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one, Dan the Uber. Yeah, there's a lot of like things like that that could be done to accelerate the process. Plus the fact that once areas are in such a state that people will stay for long periods, there's still the scale and distance that would exist between folk. Yeah, exactly. Like all this talk of like we want planets to be rich hubs, right? We want people to be playing in their area and like doing a whole lot of quests in that area and like that being their area. Like, in order for that to even matter, in order for that to have meaning, then distance has to have meaning, locality has to have meaning. I keep saying it, but any attempt to diminish distance is a direct assault on all of this stuff that we've all been wanting. Holy shit, this tower's inly. This the one? Holy, look at this thing. Damn. Must be yours. This is your chest. Long way down. This fortress is really starting to take shape. Look at all this shit. This is all in the PvP zone. I gotta go check Saris out. We built a bunch of stuff up in Saris too, didn't we? Alright, yeah, I'm going down to the bottom here, Zinley. Oh, wait. Where do I go from here? Oh, we got this little thing out here. Why is there a gap here, bro? This is very unsettling. I don't like walking over that. Whose idea was this? All right, I'll calm down. I'll calm down. People could just stay there for a year or more. Like the Ellis system, it's slated to be 101 light years across. Yeah. People could just stay there. That's what I'm talking about. Damn, really? 194, Jesus. That's what I'm talking about. Now imagine if we get this 194 light year system, this 101 light year system, and then we just fast travel. It's so, like, what the hell? Why? Why bother? Holy shit, I almost died, Zinley. You see that? I almost died. This is not up to code, but I do like the way it's coming together. It looks really nice. I like these banners. Like, how'd you do these guardrails? Like, these things are sweet looking. You're using something unintentional, aren't you? Will I ever read you my essay? Nah. No, I don't know. Let me go, I forget what I even read. Oh, curved overlap. Nice. Oh shit, it's still going, dude. What's that out there? Somebody else building out there? Dude, this thing goes forever. many plots is this? Is this just one plot? Oh, I like that doorway. Shit, dude, it's still going. Damn, one plot. That's a lot of that's a lot of shit for one plot. I guess building up the side of a mountain helps, huh? What the hell's this? Oh, like a little sub-platform. Okay. Did I finally reach the bottom? What the hell kind of door is that? What is going on? Twin stars would be awesome. But I came all the way down here just to get stuck. A 3-body problem, yeah. The infamous 3-body problem. I don't know how the hell to get out of this tower. I'm stuck in here forever. Did you guys ever watch that that movie about the guy who breaks into the house to rob it, and then he gets stuck in the house because there's some like nasty alarm system that like locks the whole place down, and he can't get out? I forget the name of it. I want to go check out that other... Haha, that's cool. Labyrinth vibes? Yeah, I can't figure out my way around anything. What the hell kind of jank-ass door is that? There's another building getting started down here I wanted to see. Oh yeah, is that it? Oh wow. Suddenly tower looks badass from down here. Wait, it's going up the mountain like that. That was freaking cool. You see that shit? That's sweet, dude. The on part? Yeah. Good idea. Well, is this Bale's house? Yep. It's so dark down here that like these things look like I'm in some kind of a religious chamber. It's cool. Work in progress, alright. I'm gonna go check out Saris now. Oh, sweet, dude. Look at that. That was all new. Let's go pay it a visit. Yeah, that is all new over there. It's actually kind of tricky to find spots where you can build on the water like that. That's cool. Oh man, that's awesome. Nicely done, guys. Very cool. Oh, this is sweet. I love this. Friggin' bathhouse, bro? What? Hell yeah. Yeah, dude, some people are so creative. I'm definitely not one of those people. I don't think I've ever even successfully built a roof on one of my houses in this game. I love this this look, all these different like rooms. Cool. Oh, that's neat. What's that? Okay. What is this, barbershop? Tailoring. Man, the view from this base, you can't beat it. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is really nice. Cool. Helicopter pad, right? Yeah. Every castle needs one. $8.90 jump pool, right? Woo! Oh, yeah. All right. Love to see it. Wonder where we are on the leaderboard now. Some independent developer created a leaderboard for PAX Day that ranks guilds based on how much Mornwood they've spent out here. It really favors people who fully upgrade their castles, or their plots. None of ours are fully upgraded yet, so I don't think we're in the lead yet. But for the longest time, we didn't upgrade our plots at all, and so we were like not very high at all. And then we made a big freaking snafu and let the bonfire of this place go out, which vaporized everything, and then we had to start from scratch. So we lost like 3,000 points for that. Let me check it. Yeah, we've definitely risen. Number 3. This clan that's ahead of us, they have their shrine fully upgraded. We don't have either of ours fully upgraded yet, but we are closing in. They're only one shrine now, so they're kind of capped. They can't go higher. We got 2 shrines, so we can keep trucking past them. This is another stat we lost on, like the number of days since you've held your first shrine. Like it was longer, but this got bumped back whenever we lost our one shrine because I forgot to put wood in it. Now this one on tier, this is over in Europe. Bloodmark is a ways off. They got 2 shrines, both fully upgraded. So. We're climbing. Cool. Barrel is inlay. They have theirs fully upgraded. We just need a couple more plots and then we're permanently past them because they won't be able to catch us again. Yeah, right. Cool. Put one down, bro. Rather do bad than do bad. Those cost more, but it's worth more points. From a point perspective, like it doesn't matter where you put it because you get basically 1 point per piece of wood. You get more in bad only because it costs more wood. It may matter by gold though, I don't know. Even in here's really evolved quite a bit. Look good. But yeah, no letting Rose anywhere near any of this. You ain't wrong about that. Oh, how'd you get up there? Yeah, I think BK has the full 20 plots. Let me see. I don't know. Crazy on this longest held one. All of our allies are now ahead of us because we let Ceres lapse, even though we were the first one. We would have been way up here without Ceres lapsing. Oh, here we go, level. Yeah. Banished Knight. Oh no, Banished Knights is at 17. So they got 3 plots they could add. And we're at what, 12? So we're 5 plots behind at Baden. Even though our dominance score is only a little bit behind because we've got, what? I forget how many plots is Ceres now. We've added 4 now, I believe. So the original 3 plus 4, that puts us at 7 at Ceres and 12 at Baden. So 19 total, but we're still lagging behind. There's 17 because of how much more points you get for the later upgrades. But we'll get there. Yeah, I guess only Bloodmark has 20. They're the only one at level 20. Well, I guess before I let you all go tonight, I can show you my Conan house. I'll come. I got 30 minutes till the next round of trees, so. Really, I was just, if you haven't seen how good this looks from the remake, pretty impressive. If you've played it in its original incarnation, the UE5 update really changed quite a bit. Your count for known ships, vehicles in the pipeline is now 258 total, with 41 not ready and 217 pliable. Really? They only got 41 to go, huh? Wow. Is that 41 backlogged ships, Carbide? Yeah, they've been doing very well. Look at this. This is Grollo artisticness and ingenuity. See this? Maybe I should start from the outside. You can see the surrounding fields. Looks pretty good, right? I did a good job. Look at this puppy. Look at that thing. Show it from this angle. Look. I got a little curvature over here thanks to the rocks. All right. I got a little ocean view over here. Yeah. I got a couple doors. What the hell? Dude, let go. Oh, look at all my NPCs kicking its ass. Oh, dude got smoked. You don't mess with me, bro. All my guys take you out. Anyway. Got a door here for my animals. That's great. My bear won't let me in. I'll just have a seat right there. Got my horsey. Yeah. Got my little campfire. And then you come in here. My thrall maker. All my tables. Boom. There's my house. My big rhino head. Rate my artisticness. What? 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 On a scale of like 0 to 10, how artistic am I? Maybe you need to see one more angle. There we go. Over here. Boom. Yeah? I got this nice city right next door. Boom. Five of 10. You're giving me way more than I deserve. Is that your way of saying my artistic ability is 0? 0? Yeah, you can climb anything. Graphics update's pretty good. I mean, I'm in the desert right now. There's only so much you can do in the desert, but it's so they updated Conan Exiles, which was UE4. They updated it to UE5, and they really improved the cosmetics of the game. So we are, as a community, we're celebrating by running a private server for a while. Let people play through it with the new graphics. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty late right now, but we got about 40, 45, 50 people playing. Yeah, even though it's almost 1 a.m. here, there's still quite a few people on. Been fun. Something to do. Devious Desires? No, I don't have Devious Desires mod. I'm running modless. The last thing I want is to try to, like, walk people through mod installs to get them logged in. Get to the chopper? Yeah. Get to the chopper! Ugh. Do I even want to know what the Devious Desires mod does? Probably not. Doesn't sound like something I need to know. Maybe don't look it up on Steam? Yeah, maybe I won't. Sounds like it has something to do with Zero's taste in ice cream. I beat you to it. Yeah. Cool. I think I'm gonna call it here for the oh dear. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that was fun. Appreciate everybody sticking it out to the end. I'll be back Monday night for the all the new ships, man. I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be fun. But I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna go back and help with the final round of trees and packs. And then I'm gonna get to bed. I'm tired. But hope you all, well, I know Zero, I think your day's just starting, right? Or you're like in the middle. Have a good rest of your day, everybody else. Have a wonderful evening. Can't wait to see the Iron Chat Assault, the Caterpillar, and all the other cool ships on Monday. Really looking forward to it. Hope to see you all then. Till then, take care. Rollo out.